in bringing Chinese investments into the continent. Next is Ibrahima. Ibrahima, il est très bien connu ici, je ne vais pas vous présenter.
He's well known here. I'm not going to introduce him. So he's among the young African generation that did an excellent job in the area of sovereign funds. Thank you.
Next to him, Mr. Ali Koray Eden, who is from the Turkish Exim Bank. He's number 2 in the Turkish Exim Bank. As you know, Turkey has been very active in recent years, especially in large infrastructure, airports, highways, bridges, and the things I've seen are quite impressive. So please. Then I have Monsieur Kosi
Edo, who is from Bervem. He is well-known, a big market in West Africa, and so he's among his organization, Engine of Africa.
Who is well known from Nigeria, manages one of the largest investments in that country. So Uche, thank you for being here. Et puis, j'ai mon cher ami, Monsieur le Ministre.
I also have my dear friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Morocco, whom you know. Prior to this position, he had an extensive experience in the business world. So he's a politician, but also someone who is very active in the business world. So we're going to start.
Explain to us growth, transformation, and then we'll have a conversation among the panelists. So Justin, please take the floor. You can speak from there or here as you wish.
Well, to save time, I just stay here.
Please.
Yeah. The topic, make private investment an engine of economic growth and structural transformation, is the key to achieve the SDGs. As you know, the United Nations adopt the 17 goals of sustainable development in 2015 at the 70th anniversary of the United Nations. And the #1 goal is no poverty in the world. And to achieve the no poverty goal, African continent is the most challenging areas, because according to the World Bank, in 2015, 41% of the population in Africa lived below the international poverty lines of $1.90 a day. And the second highest concentration of poverty was in South Asia. In that year, 16% of the population in South Asia lived under international poverty lines. So that means the poverty concentration rate in Africa is about 3 times as the level in South Asia. And if we can really eliminate poverty, it will also contribute to other SDG goals. For example, the goal 2, no hunger, the goal 3, good health. Because if people are not poor, certainly they will buy food for themselves, then there will be no hunger. And if people are not poor, certainly they will take care of their own health, and so good health can also achieved. So I think that no poverty is the foundation for the SDG goals, the 17 goals. But how to reduce poverty? I think the most important one is to provide jobs for all the peoples, and especially for the poor peoples. Because for the poor people, the only way for them to gain income is their own labor force. And only when they work, they can earn the income to reduce poverty. But in a way, poor people are not idols. Even poor people today, they will work, even marginally. But for all the nations, if they only work in agriculture, then in general, the country will be poor. People will not earn high income. This is a fact in history, because all the countries in the world, including the rich country today, 2 centuries ago, 3 centuries ago, they were all poor. And when they're poor, they are all agrarian economies. It was historically the pattern.
C'était le modèle aujourd'hui. Par exemple, mon pays, la Chine.
Years ago, the per capita GDP in China was less than 1/3 of the average in sub-Saharan African country, less than 1/3. At that time, 81% of the population in China lived in rural area, rely on agriculture for living. And at that time, 84% of the population in China lived below international poverty lines. Today, certainly China is a prosperous, high middle income country. And the way for the transformation was the same for other higher income countries, to have a structural transformation from agriculture to manufacturing sectors, then climbing up the industrial ladders to higher value-added industries, and then gradually move to higher value-added service sectors. So that is the way of structural transformation. That is the way for reducing poverty. And this story certainly is known to other people in the world. Especially after the Second World War, many developing countries gaining political independence started their own modernization, industrialization drive, including countries in Africa. And so the importance of industrialization was understood by every people from the very beginning. But most of the countries, when they tried to have the industrialization drive, they failed. And from what I see, they failed for 2 reasons. The first one, they were too ambitious, tried to target sectors which were too capital intensive when they were poor agrarian economies. And those kind of sectors went against their competitive advantages, and in a competitive market, they are not profitable. That's one reason they failed. And the second reason was that they are not profitable, so the private sector did not have incentive to invest in those kind of sectors. As a result, the government used a state ownership, state-owned firm to invest in those kind of very capital-intensive, very advanced, and very sexy industry, but they are not competitive. And they rely on the government protection and subsidies, and causing all kind of misallocation of resources, as well as rent and rent seeking. And also, although they've invested a lot, but it was very capital intensive, they could not create much job. So as a result, the majority of the population were trapped in agriculture, in rural area, and they remain poor. And the country followed these strategies in general. They stagnant, they hit by crisis all the time. And that was the industrialization in the past failed. And the structural transformation could not occur. Because of that failure, the global community started to, think industrialization became a taboo in the development programs. And the international community in the 1980s and on world always think that, well, you need to reduce government intervention, you need to have level playing field, you need to have a good business environment, you need to have good governance. And as long as you have that, everything will happen spontaneously. But unfortunately, things did not happen spontaneously. Most developing countries in the 1980s and onward facing the issue of deindustrialization. Not only they did not have the structural transformation, they reversed back to more agrarian economies. And as a result, poverty became a big issue. So if we want to make a structural transformation, an engine of the growth, I think we need to have the right strategies. The right strategies that you need to target the right sectors. The right sectors are the sectors which are consistent with your competitive advantages. For the lower income countries, they have abundant supply of low-wage workers, and they should, industrialization by developing the labor-intensive industries, the labor-intensive manufacturing, because you have low wages, then you can have low production cost. But only targeting the labor-intensive industries is not enough, because if you develop labor-intensive industries, only mean your cost of production can be low. But if you want to compete in the market, it's a competition of total cost, including transaction cost. And the transaction cost in a country very much depends on whether you have sufficient infrastructure as well as good enough business environment. Those determine the transaction cost of a country. But we know that in many developing countries, infrastructure were poor and the business environment are not desirable. And if the country has the ability to improve the infrastructure for the whole nation, certainly that's welcome. If the country has the ability to improve the business environment for the whole nation, certainly that's welcome. However, the improvement of infrastructure and the business environment require resources and implementation capacities. And certainly, in low-income countries, the implementation capacity and the resources the government can mobilize to improve infrastructure are all very limited. So under this kind of situation, if we want to make the labor-intensive oriented development as strategies, the country need to be pragmatic. They are unable to improve the infrastructure for the whole nation and a business environment for the whole nation. They should start with some kind of enclave approach. Create special economic zone, industrial parks, export processing zone, and within those kind of enclaves, make infrastructure good enough, business environment good enough to support the development of the sector which the country has the comparative advantages. And by that, within that enclave, you can have low factor of co-production, you can also have low transaction cost, and the total cost will be low. Then these sectors can be competitive domestically and internationally, and it can be a jumping pad for the structural transformation to encourage private investment, and you can have a snowballing effect from this kind of enclave. You will be able to create jobs for the poor people, and you can increase the export and competitiveness in the markets, and for that profit will be accumulated, and the growth will come, and the government will have more resources to further improve the infrastructure and business environment in other parts of the world. And actually, that is the secret of the success in China, in East Asian country. Because in the 1950s, 1960s, they were equally poor. They were also constrained by the infrastructure and the business environment, but they did not wait. They used the limited resources they have, mobilize that, invest in those kind of enclave, special economic zone, and to create this kind of growth dynamism for the private sector to go. And I'm very glad to see this approach also work in African countries. We know that Ethiopia followed this approach, Rwanda followed this approach, and now Senegal also followed this approach. If you're interested, I will recommend you to look into the miniature industrial park just across the street. It works. So let me conclude. Private sectors can be the engine of growth and structural transformation if the country has the right development strategies. Try to target the sectors which the country has comparative advantages, and use the limited resources that under the command of the government to create an enabling environment in this special economic zone, make the infrastructure good enough, business environment enough, they can be a jumping pad for a dynamic structural transformation, create jobs to reduce the poverties, and then for the further achievement of the SDG goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you. So for those who don't know Justin, when I was chief economist of the World Bank, his views were completely, I would not say different from the World Bank, but he broke a new path of thinking. For those who are interested, I want to invite you to look at his books, because he takes away this myth that it is either the private sector or the public sector. He indicates how the two actually do work together at different phases of history to make sure industrialization does happen. I'm sure Justin can come back later. Très bien. Alors, nous avons ici, mon cher ami, monsieur le
We have my dear friend, the Moroccan Minister of Foreign Affairs. And as I was saying, it was in the business world. Unfortunately, the minister will leave us very soon. He needs to leave for the islands in Madagascar. So now I'm going to give him the floor. He's going to withdraw very soon in order to fulfill his sovereign charges in the island. Thank you, Donald. As a matter of fact, I moved from one sector to another, and it enabled me to actually relate the public and private sectors, because it's about this duality. It's been we've been talking for 2 days about the advantages of the private sector. I'm tempted to say versus the public sector, but we will say alongside the public sector. I'm not going to dwell on the benefits of the private sector, or how are we looking to improve the share of private sector in economies. We have a panelist who will talk about it better than I will do, and I think everything has almost been said. I may talk you through what we achieved in Morocco and how we went about it, and how Morocco, in a few years, went on top of the 5 African countries, I mean emerging countries. Actually, Morocco has government every 5 years. We hold legislative parliamentary elections, and every year there are financial acts, just like in any government, which actually give an overview. And on top of that, in Morocco, we have a vision. We have a vision that is driven by His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI. We are going to celebrate the 20 years of office in 2019. It is that vision that went beyond the Financial Act, the Budgetary Act, which enabled to set a vision for Morocco for 20, 30, 40, 50 years with inclusive socio-economic growth approach that hinges on a set of sector-wide strategies. And in Morocco, we define sector-wide strategies for agriculture, fisheries, tourism, industry, to name but just a few. But it allowed us to have a longer-term vision as in view of the social and economic development of our country. We set some deadline for the motor industry. We all defined the strategy based on ecosystems, where we looked to attract the major motor industry. And that's why today in the northern part of the Morocco, we have one of the leading motor plant, Renault, in the world. But beyond the foreign investment, we created ecosystems around those plants with all the suppliers by pushing international investors to do industrial integration and also to see around them, to have around them Moroccan companies that are in these operators ecosystem, major sector-wide strategy for the motor industry, but also for the aeronautics. Today there is no aircraft that flies without a Moroccan spare part. It can be a cable, maybe a seat fabric. All flights are flying with made in Morocco product. So a clear vision by His Majesty King Morocco VI that goes beyond the political calculation, well-defined strategic definition that drive Moroccan local companies, and more importantly, for us to be successful, creating a conducive environment. It's not by mere chance that within 10 years, Morocco went from the 100th position to the 6th position today. Today, out of the 190 countries in doing business, Morocco is 100. That's because we actually had set up a number of arrangement, fiscal, legal, regulatory arrangement, and that's why today investment is possible in Morocco, and these are foreign direct investment, which enable Moroccan investment and Moroccan companies, as well as the Moroccan private sector, to thrive. You might tell me, what can we do even better? I'm thinking about the market size. When those companies that will operate in Morocco, when they will have strategic development plans, we can consider a market between 30, 35 million inhabitants. It may not necessarily be the ideal to consider having the critical mass or critical size. The idea today is to make Morocco a platform, a hub vis-à-vis the entire African continent, with everything that we are witnessing in Africa. The free trade, continental free trade area will move from 35 inhabitant market to 1 billion inhabitants, market of 1 million inhabitants. So this regional continental integration will enable Morocco to really move beyond its market. And furthermore, that's what we started doing. We started doing for 10 years now. Morocco has completely opened up to the African continent, hence the establishment of my ministry, the African Cooperation, because for 5 years, His Majesty Morocco King Mohammed V has paid 50 visits in about 30 African countries, where he was able to develop relationships, but also to sign agreements between Morocco and African companies, whether cooperation agreements from government to government, but also B2B agreements for project development. It's this African openness that will actually expand the market size for Moroccan companies, which will also help the private sector to further develop in the next years. So, Honorable Minister, I know that you have to withdraw, but I would like to ask you a question. Morocco is making a lot of headways in terms of small and medium-scale companies. Could you share with us your experience? I think there are a lot of initiative taken in order to promote the small and medium-sized companies and also the very small companies. So credit for young developers were set up, so self-entrepreneurship operations were initiated, fiscal logics were very specifically set up in order to develop this network of SMEs. It goes from the microcredit up to funding guarantee, and provided by Moroccan Guarantee Fund. And that way, the shoe may pinch here for small and medium-sized companies. It's about their funding. We understood it right from the outset in Morocco, and we set up a number of mechanisms from the state guarantee or collateral up to the financing through the banking network, the Morocco banking network that supported the SMEs. And furthermore, I come back to the African logic. Thanks to the Morocco banking network, the three major Moroccan banks that were operating well in 40 African countries and which enable funding across the continent. Yes, we are quite aware of the need to support the network of SMEs that actually form the bulk of job and value creation of our economy as a whole, and in particular in Morocco. And we, through those guarantee mechanisms, we have provided a lot of support. Thank you for everything that you have done. Thank you for coming around, and have a safe travel to Madagascar. Ibrahima, I'm turning to you. I'm going to ask you the same question. You are handling a major sovereign fund in Senegal. But often Africans are asking questions whether the role of sovereign fund, its contribution to the economy. I think we're going to enjoy your presence to know further. So j'ai posé à
about the sovereign wealth funds and what role they can play in this transformation process. Donc, Ibrahima.
Merci beaucoup
Thank you so much, Chair.
to all our friends, Uche, and I see also Alain Bobisse. Just to give you some time to put your translator on, so I'm going to switch to French now. OK, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. To answer your query, with your permission, I would like also to apologize in advance for some approximations that I will have to make in order to be clearer. Maybe I will start to explain the that we have within the sovereign fund, taking the example of FONSIS. When we take the name of FONSIS, it's the Sovereign Fund for Strategic Investment. This fund was established in 2012 by the President of the Republic, and its name may be quite pretentious because they are both sovereign fund, and furthermore they say strategic. It may be pretentious. What we need to say is this fund has two roles to play. These are the roles that we have. The first one is sovereign fund, classic in the classical term, and it actually handles assets investment. It is trusted with sums of money to be handled according to the best practices. And we have the role of the strategic investor on behalf of the government. This is the case of some sovereign funds. And odd enough, the three African countries present in this panel have such fund. We have the BRVM. I consider it belongs to all of us. But Nigeria has a sovereign fund of NATO, which is a strategic investor. Morocco, with ITMAR, has also a strategic investor, also Senegal. And odd enough, those three sovereign funds are handled by engineers and not financiers, in parentheticals. To clearly explain, maybe I will take the parable of the university canteen. So supply or manager that has a list of things to do, and among other things, who should actually purchase frozen fruits with the technical specifications, so expiry date, freezing temperature, etc. And obviously, if he purchases everything apart from the list, he's going to be sanctioned. The manager, when he comes for his groceries, he comes to Senegal, he's told that they have a excellent, actually, chips, and he's given potato seeds. And between the frozen chips and potato, we need industry. We need industry to process between agriculture and industry to show the industry that he's looking for. However, we do not have this industry as yet. This image can be actually applied to the one that has investment and the one that would like to put them. But the foreign sum, if I have to caricature, is a group of trustees or investment committees that have a list of shopping list that have to actually answer some very specific specification where they are told you need to have a rating on this level, and on this rating you can put the amount of money. And across the shopping list, they have actually a trust risk liability, which means if I have to caricature, the trustee is the one who, when he's blamed to mismanage, he is responsible to prove that he was not wrong, that he was right. The burden, the burden of the proof is reversed. That means when we are at that level in fund management, we're going to take all precautions to show that the investment program listed in the fund answer all prudential criteria, all criteria that were laid out by the fund investment doctrine. The same trustee, when he comes in our country, we cannot show him investment product of that kind. Hence, the importance of developing this financial industry that will enable to relate our investment, our project, and the investment product that are open to the investment fund and also to the pension fund usually. So the investment fund have to play this role to provide capitals and maybe to adapt, but they have no other option. They may not have other options. Conversely, the one that has a choice and that has the role of transitioning between the potato seeds and the chips, it's the strategic investor. If we are to proffer one recommendation on our discussion is to make sure that in each African country, each state has its strategic investor that is capable to process, to transform our government project into bonds. Today, our government start issuing sovereign bonds. So Senegal has issued many sovereign bonds in the sub-region, and it has been successful because Senegal Senegal was rated on the sovereign risk, and the next step to attract the private money is to move into a financial engineering that will present project risk and obviously with sovereign guarantees also, although it may be more complex here. The second role of the strategic investor is to do the same job, not meant for domestic or foreign capitals, but meant for the companies. That means to put the money that is necessary in order to attract the national or the foreign companies. Our first investment at Francis was in the solar energy and in health. The first solar powered plant we may initiated a start investment to take a contract that was structured in some way. It was structured in such a way that it was looking like the thermal energy plant with an investment profile that was specific for low capex and a very high capex. Solar power, it is quite the other way around. Capex is very high and apex is very low. The contract profile was renegotiated. We had to renegotiate with our friend from the power utility, and ultimately we were able to attract other investors, and that was our first 30 megawatts solar powered plant. And after that, we had 4 other plants of the size. The other one was as part of scaling solar, where not only we were able to have 40 megawatts, but we had the cost of 25 CFA francs for the power. kilowatt hour that is sold to the Senate, because the development money was put in place. That is a bit the role that one can see in the development fund. It may be to lay focus on the strategic investment that allows to have investment product for companies and investment product for domestic and foreign capitals. Thank you, Ibrahim. I also understood from what you said that to handle a sovereign fund, we need engineers, not economists. It is not a silly idea.
You're also an engineer.
I am an engineer, sir.
Right. I happen to be a simple economist. But I'm going to ask you the same question as asked to Ibrahima.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaberuka. I think the concept of African countries pushing sovereign wealth funds, a lot of these were things that happened in your time as president of the AFDB, and I think it's quite good to see that many countries have now begun to adopt it. My take on African countries and sovereign wealth funds is maybe along with what Ibrahima said, the terminology should be expanded to call them also sovereign development funds. And here's the reason. We have some real issues in Africa that is really not able to be solved with a strict definition of a sovereign wealth fund. A sovereign wealth fund will do savings and stabilization of the economy. But in Nigeria and the fund we run, we have two funds that do, one does savings for future generation, one does stabilization of the economy in times of economic stress. But the third fund is called the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund, which does direct investments into the country. And here, we believe that in answering your question as to what role funds like this can play, I will describe what we do in a nutshell, and probably that should answer your question. The strategy we adopted for the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund is the following. One is direct investments in what we define as strategic sectors. And at the moment, strategic sectors for us are agriculture, healthcare, toll roads, power, electricity, and at the moment, we've added middle market industrialization. And here is everything from investing in economic zones to actually investing in gas monetization. And we've made some key investments in this area. The second strategy is co-investment. So we use this fund as a platform to attract other investors. To that extent, 2 years ago, we closed 2 co-investment funds. One with UFF, which is a fund backed by Old Mutual in South Africa to invest in agriculture. And another is a fund that is actually looking at industrial real estate. Those funds have been closed. They're run as independent funds registered in Mauritius. We invested 50%. Our partners invested 50%. We've made a couple of investments already. The third strategy, and this is something I believe Professor Lin spoke to earlier, and then the Moroccan counterpart spoke, was guarantees. By our law, we cannot issue guarantees. However, we can also invest and develop a guarantee company. So 3 years ago, we started working with Garantco, and we created a company called InfraCredit. The role of InfraCredit is to provide a wrap on bonds issued by infrastructure companies. And we've had 3 transactions where we have wrapped the bonds of embedded power companies, and we reduced their interest rates from mid-20s to low teens, just by providing that AAA wrap to the bond. But more importantly, we also extended the tenor. So these companies were borrowing money at mid-20s for 3 years, 4 years from banks. But what they did was to issue a bond for 10 years. And with our guarantee on that bond, the interest rate went from 26% to around 16%. Now, not low enough, but you can imagine 10 points decrease in the interest rates for these companies. And it did one thing, which is really one of the things I really want to point out. These bonds were subscribed to by pension funds. Now, one of the challenges we've had in Nigeria is that pension funds have no mechanism for investing in infrastructure. So the pension funds buy government treasury bills and do a lot of low-risk stuff. Now that we have created this entity, this massive latent pool of pension fund capital in Nigeria has now found an avenue to now invest in infrastructure. It also allowed us to now start creating a yield curve for infrastructure bonds, which did not exist. And this is the role the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria created. This is a company that was initiated, designed. It was run out of my office for the first 2.5 years before we found an independent CEO, have an independent board, and we're starting to show exits. Last year, we had investments from KFW. We also had investments from AFC into this company. So over the next 2-3 years, I anticipate that we will be way below 50% of ownership and be able to exit that company, and it starts to run on its own. It's actually highly profitable because we're also bringing skill sets in picking the right investments. The fourth thing that we do is also now is in creating financial institutions that I believe fill the gap in investing in infrastructure in Nigeria, because I think there are quite a few that exist. Obviously, the first gap we filled was in the creation of this guarantee company. The second gap we have filled is also in seeding and creating the Nigeria Mortgage Refinancing Company. Again, an issue with development and housing is the lack of low-cost, long-term mortgages. Further on that is the ability to refinance these mortgages at a lower cost. So the government started this entity. We sponsored it, helped sponsor it at the beginning, and drove that. At the same time, we also are one of those who incubated the Development Bank of Nigeria. So all of these financial institutions, I believe, are filling various functions that are now bringing in capital. One of the things, Dr. Kaberuka, I have observed is that we still need to find an efficient mechanism to transmit the capital that is in insurance companies, in pension funds, into the real economy. At the moment, it is not really transmitting as effectively as it should. And this is part of the roles we're trying to play now, which is helping create these institutions that I believe can help bridge that gap. So, in terms of answering your question, I'm going to keep my remarks very short because I am conscious of your time. I believe that countries should create funds like this. One, it helps you manage excess revenue that comes when commodity prices rise. But more importantly, when you as a country are able to start putting your own risk capital in place alongside investors, it actually is enough confidence for people to invest. Thirdly, and more importantly for me, is by so doing, you bring expertise and management. I think that the biggest challenge state-owned enterprises have is actually management. And I think management can be fixed when you have capital that is disciplined, capital that brings other capital along with it into these entities. And to that extent, we have also created the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority as the most veritable engine for PPPs. We are the first place for public-private partnership because we bring equity capital, we bring debt capital. It is a publicly owned entity, but it is run with a private sector philosophy. And by so doing, external investors become confident to partner with you in these economies. So I step back and I just summarize by saying direct investments, and to that extent, at the moment we have almost 300 kilometers of toll roads under construction. We're hoping to commission this soon. We are in the next first quarter commissioning 3 healthcare projects across the country, and all of these are designed to earn commercial returns. And by so doing, we're balancing the demands of the country. And then we also run at the moment the most effective entity in agriculture for fertilizer manufacturing and distribution. One more step on that. One of the things that I was hoping to say that when the Moroccan counterpart was around is the potential for intra-Africa trade. In our fertilizer business, we were buying phosphate from Morocco, but we realized that Morocco was buying ammonia from Canada. You need to make ammonia with natural gas. I'm a chemical engineer by training. I think I like this part, partly because it's something that is actually at home to me. So I said to the Moroccans, I said, look, we flare natural gas in Nigeria. How about we sit together and create an ammonia plant? It's just a simple basic chemical platform for you to offtake the ammonia instead of buying it and selling it 14 days from Canada. You sell it 6 days from Nigeria. So we're in advanced studies at the moment to create this entity. So this is just a mosaic of the roles that I believe an entity like this can play, and this is what we're doing in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. And thank you for what you said about intra-African trade. So we look forward to Nigeria signing the FTA before this summit.
I run the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
I see, I understand. Now, Koray, I want to ask you about this experience in your country, how between public sector and private sector, they leverage on each other. And if you can share with us another thoughts you have from your experience, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to add some points to the Professor Lin's presentations, because we cannot ignore the SMEs. SMEs are a very important part of our economy, and we have the positive discrimination for SMEs in Turkey. Why? Because SMEs are the backbone of the economies. So in terms of creating jobs, economic growth, fair income distribution, and the increasing export. So we have to support them, in Turkey. What we do is that there are different institutions in Turkey by the government, established by the government, but also as export credit agents of Turkey, we have the various programs for SMEs actually, and to support their investments in Turkey. So when they buy something from abroad, the machinery and equipment, we provide some working capital and investment loans. And also we try to make them the exporter, so they can export what they produce. So in that regard, we extend credit lines to the buyers out of the country through establishing credit lines to financial institutions or the actual private sector buyers. This is one of the important because according to Turkish economy, currently almost 70% of export is being made by the SMEs. So you cannot ignore the SMEs basically. This number was in Turkey in 2000, it was about 10%. Then 2009 and 2017 is around 60%, the export being made, by the SME. So we have the positive discrimination for them. So we need to support more the SMEs as a government by providing some incentives, supporting them their research and development programs and the various other programs, and we have to build the capacity for them. So this is one of the things that I would like to add, the SMEs, why they are important, in our economy. And on the other hand, I want to talk about the projects. You mentioned that we finance many projects in Africa. Yes, true, because of the part of our strategy in Turkey is to deal with the African, the nations. So, for example, for this building, is built by a Turkish company, and we finance this conference center. We finance the hotel just right over there. We finance the expo center over there. We finance the, another international marketplace, which is going to be inaugurated next week, basically, and we finance the sports arena, Dakar Arena, basically. Not only these projects, we are also in Ethiopia, we are also in Cameroon, in Ghana, Djibouti, the Congo, Brazzaville, so there are many projects. But there are difficulties. What are the difficulties are that? Currently, out of 54 African nations, more than 45 of them has a difficulty to borrow from the from the international markets as a sovereign. They have the difficulty, so we have to find ways to support the private sector projects over there, like the PPP projects, like the project finance transactions. Because if you structure this kind of project in a way that they mitigate the risk, basically, you can have the better rating than sovereign. So, which means that it is going to attract more private investors, basically. So the problem right now in the world, there is excess liquidity in somewhere in the world, but there is a big infrastructure gap in this continent. So the art of business is to actually mobilize those funds for these projects. So how we can do that? This is art of the business. Basically, the cooperation among the ECAs, export credit agencies, DFIs, multinationals, the financial institutions plays a very crucial role, which means that by doing so, you will have to give some confidence to the private investors. So because you can mitigate the risk, and you can also provide a favorable risk and return balance to the investors. So then the capital will move to this project. So this is the case right now. And also what we are doing is that, for African nations, we are trying to increase our credit limits to African banks. We're going to start to extend credit lines to, first of all, the regional development banks, so later on other financial institutions, so which means that they can support their own SMEs in the countries, so they can buy some machinery and equipment so they can start actual manufacturing in their home country so they can export. This is very important. In that regard, we are also supporting the other, the export credit agencies in African nations. Basically, we are sharing our experiences. We are providing training, actually. And if they would like to establish their own export credit agency, we also support them. So by doing so, as a government relation, we are also supporting, the African nations in the private sector through the, this kind of, the functions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alors, Kosi, maintenant, je vais vers vous.
Let me now go to the regional financial market. So, in terms of capital mobilization in West Africa, do you have any experience? Do you have any lesson learned for other parts of Africa? Go ahead, please. Thank you, moderator. To answer this question, I think it's important to try and know if capital markets bring an effective contribution to the dynamization of the private sector in countries, to wealth creation and the acceleration of growth and to the boost of development. I think that capital markets are indeed sources of wealth creation, because by trying to put in place states, so we try to reduce intermediation costs and facilitate access to capital at very competitive prices. And when we look at what is going on in the economic history of the various regions, we do see that there is no development zones without developing capital markets. We also see that in developed countries, capital markets are rather dynamic, and the experience we had in Latin America and Asia in the 1970s, 80s, show that markets play a pivotal role in the structuring of the private sector in Latin America and even in China. When you take a look at Shanghai, to be the fifth stock market in the world, we may guess that this Shanghai stock market has brought some growth. Now, the question we need to ask is to know whether African countries can still continue to focus on traditional sources of funding and to lay the emphasis on FDIs. In my opinion, countries that have succeeded this economic transformation, and these countries have essentially worked on the development of their capital market. First of all, by trying to have markets that have the capacity to observe and to work on the liquidity of their market in order to allow investors to get in, get out without any problem, but also to work on the market size. So what is the current situation on our continent? We have 29 stock markets in the continent with a capitalization of $1,000 million, 1% of the global capital. So African countries just weigh 40% compared to 100% in Europe. When we take out South Africa, that weighs 78% of the African stock capital. Other stock markets account for 12% of the capitalization of our continent. So the question we may ask, having such fragmented markets, which are not quite interesting, can we boost the private sector? Can integration be a solution? In my opinion, yes, integration may bring a contribution to the boost the private sector and develop our capital market. If I take the example of BRVM, which is the only example of a stock market which is quite integrated, and it belongs to 8 countries. We see that states and businesses may bank on resources from 8 countries to fund their investment. So Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, they do not need to limit themselves to resources from Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire. We may collect resources from the sub-region. The same is true for the private sector. So investors may come from the 8 countries of WAEMU, and this is important. So this is an example which illustrates the fact that integration will help us go further. Integration will help us to get resources everywhere. There are some initiatives that are underway in the continent, like in West Africa, in ECOWAS region. Since for 5 years, we started some project for the BRVM of Nigeria and Cabo Verde. There are some initiatives in East Africa, and we may hail the last operations in the stock market of Kenya, Rwanda. Today we have operations at the stock market of East Africa. So SADC is also working on the issue. But what I think is important is this grouping of stock markets at the regional or continental level. This will give them some size. Today, if we have integration in West Africa at the level of ECOWAS between the BRVM, the stock market of Lagos and Ghana, will hold the second place on the continent behind South Africa with about $60 billion of capitalization. And this West African market can be a more important platform to collect funds for states, for businesses. And I think this is the objective of this integration, that is to give a larger platform to companies and give them the opportunities to raise funds in an effective manner. Because today, as you know, and this is what is at stake in this conference, we need to have a paradigm shift. We need to give a more important role to sources of funding coming from the continent. Because obviously, if you know that the stock market of London is the first African one, because this is where we get a lot of African businesses that raise funds. Why not on the continent? Can we actually have our continental champion that try to mobilize important resources to finance large-scale project? Can we continue to let them go to other stock markets while we can provide a continental platform? So I would like to commend the support of the ADB, which has decided to put the integration in this initiative and to boost this project, this integration. So we are working on this project, and this is very important because, of course, this is the only condition to maintain national champions. But the SMEs should be given the opportunity to raise domestic funds, because for us, we need to create a virtuous circle of wealth on the continent. Investments, for them to produce wealth on the continent, should stay on the continent for new investment, and this is instrumental. But for this to be possible, there are some conditions. Regulation should be harmonized. We have various environment and various regulations, and there is need to harmonize them. So we need to be able to develop as you know, the answer we are given is there is no local savings. People go to look for savings abroad. So all the levers that will allow us to develop local savings, like the promotion of sovereign funds, the development of insurance, the development of pension funds, all these levers should be activated to allow our stock markets to develop. And lastly, we need to have a framework which beef up the environment, the business climate, and which reduce all obstacles to investment in our continent. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Last, deliberately, because Justin, at the beginning, said very important things. Now, you are involved in an attempt to bring Chinese investments into Africa, including my own country. Last time I met one of your colleagues, she said to me that Chinese investment, FDI that is, was encountering some challenges. She mentioned to me energy, logistics, clusters. I've forgotten the fourth one. I think it would be good for this audience to hear from you what has been the good lessons, the bad lessons, as you try to bring Chinese foreign direct investments into Africa. Please.
Okay, merci beaucoup. And actually, we have been working in African countries for more than 5 years, really, to bring the gap between the African countries' reality with what Chinese people are thinking about Africa. So there has been a very huge communication, language, and cultural gaps. But I just want to make my point that, based on my experiences in doing the investment facilitation, I think the most important thing I want to emphasize is this significance of the success story, which we already said in African countries. So everyone knows that there are too many theories and enablers and in all kind of the World Bank report, and people are checking the report to see whether what kind of destinations they want to select. But actually, our experiences from the Chinese point of view, especially from a Chinese practitioner's point of view, is that to cross the river by touching the stone, so to start to do the implementation. So I would like to say, I would like to share more my personal experiences when engaging in the investment promotion in 3 countries, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Senegal, just echoing what Professor Justin's note. Actually, back to 5 years ago, no one really believed that doing business in Ethiopia is possible, especially from Chinese point of view. But actually, we started doing the first shoe factory in Ethiopia, also working very closely with the Ethiopian government. So what we have achieved is that we helped the government really generated more than 4,000 jobs in just less than 2 years, and also double the export volume of the whole country in the shoe sector, which no one have achieved before. So that was the first success example we created in Ethiopia within the facilitation with the government and also a lot of local academies and international organizations. And then this kind of success story really have a spillover and snowballing effect. And then we were invited by Rwanda government to come into Rwanda to help them to build the first industrial park and also bring the first foreign investors. And no one really think Rwanda could be a manufacturing base because they're really a small country with very limited resources and also a landlocked country with no access to the labor, to the labor, yes. And what we have been doing is that within the government's facilitation, we also helped Rwanda to build the first textile and garment factory in the country. And also we created more than 1,000 jobs in just less than 1 year. And what happened here in Senegal is really impressive. Back to 3 years ago, we helped the government, advised the government to build up the first industrial park, which is the Diamiajo Industrial Park, just a few minutes driving away from this conference center. And I really hope that everyone who had the time could visit the Diamiajo Industrial Park, which is really showcase the government's commitment to do the industrialization job creation. And it was really challenging from the very beginning to bring the investors in, because they are really not familiar with what is happening on the ground, and they don't even speak English, don't speak French. There's a very huge culture barrier between the two parties. And back to half a month ago, I just want to share a very impressive number, that from the first day that the first textile and garments company came into the country till they generated more than 700 jobs, it just takes 6 months with the government's facilitation. The government from Senegal, they really assigned people from APICS who really speak a very fluent Mandarin and French and English to facilitate the communication and also help us to push the things, the operation, to really catch the timeline. So currently, we are not just generating the commercial return, but we also help the local government to train more than 700 people to learn about how to manage, how to handle this kind of textile and knitting machines, which imported from China. And also we teach them to revitalize the textile sector, which have been very, successful in the country. So in a nutshell, I think there are too many challenges, but I think as for the government, what they really need to encourage is the sector and the industry and also the company that not only can generate a commercial return, but also can generate a positive social return. Namely, they can provide a massive job creation, job opportunities for the local young people who are desperate for jobs. And they can also to create a local linkage between the local company with the foreign company, and to provide the training and knowledge transfer and also the technology know-how. So I think this is exactly the sector, that company, the FDS, that the government really need to encourage to really work hand in hand with the foreign investors. I think that is the only way and the quickest way to really generate a quick success and then really expand to a larger scale. So this is my personal experiences on that.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
So we have a few minutes left, and I'm going to ask the audience if there's any question to the panel. And if there's no question, I'll go back to the panelists for... Yes, Alain, please. For those who don't know, Alain, he runs a big Africa Infrastructure Fund. And I'm sure you can take his business cards after this meeting.
Well, thank you, Donald, for giving me the floor. I should say that I'm the CEO of the fund Africa 50 that you actually created when you were at the African Development Bank as the president. I have a question for my friend Uche and also Ibrahima, Francis and Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria and then Senegal. I may have another one for Justin, but I'm not sure Donald will give me the time to ask all those questions. Anyway, one of the things that Africa 50 does, basically we see ourselves as a strategic investment fund for infrastructure in Africa, because we're created to help drive infrastructure investment through the private sector. And we very much like to work with credible partners in each country when we come into the country. And the sovereign wealth funds are important partners with whom we want to work with when we go into countries. But one of the challenges that I like to see Uche and Ibrahima, your perspective on, is that what is the most impactful in what we do, and yet the riskiest activity is the early stage project development, where we actually spend money, but not only money, but also resources, other resources, to put projects together, to bring them to the bankability phase, so that other investors can join us and finance the project. And one of the challenges that I've observed is that the sovereign wealth funds, they have some resources for project development, but those resources are quite limited. Is there a way we can think about increasing the early stage project development resources allocated to sovereign wealth funds or sovereign strategic funds? Because we find them as very good partners. Africa 50 has some money, but of course it's limited, so we'd like to partner with you in the early stage project together. So what's your thought about helping increase those resources for the early stage? That's the question. But
okay, if you can be brief, Alan. And to Justin?
So Justin is very, very simple. I very much like and I agree that you have to have PPPs, government and private sector working together to deliver projects. That's totally okay. But sometimes the private sector in many countries, they're a bit afraid of working with government because governments are inefficient. They will slow down projects. Is there a way in your research where you've thought about how to make government a bit more efficient at doing what they're supposed to do? That's a question.
All right. So this is to Justin, Uche, and Ibrahima, but please, others feel free to make comments as well. Justin.
Well, I think the best way is to create some kind of quick wins and to change people's perceptions as well as the confidence of the government. They can deliver. And once they deliver, things will change. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk, you cannot convince the people that the way is right.
Right. Okay. Ibrahima.
Okay.
Thank you. This is an excellent offer, and I'm very pleased to top it. Just a comment. Today, if we are to characterize and challenge to the development of this approach, it's essentially a question of culture. There is a more older question. So the state on sovereign funds, we did talk about infrastructure, we did talk about markets, sovereign debt from Turkey. We have a lot of infrastructure that are funded on sovereign funds, and this approach is competing with the project funding. And this approach that we're adopting is a new one, which allows the government to invest in many projects, and I would be very pleased to work in this. And I think sovereign funds of countries are an excellent relay for Africa 50, so I will be very pleased to play this role. Thank you, Ibrahima. Uche?
The original idea of Africa 50 was to be able to mobilize people like yourselves on this de-risking part, later on the investments. And I think the audience would like to hear from you. What are the prospects? What are the challenges you see in participating in any investment like this one?
Sure. I think first of all, the short answer to the question is, yes, there is scope and there's willingness to work with Africa 50 and other so created entities to develop projects. I'll give you three answers. The first is we dedicated 1.5% of our infrastructure fund, which is about $1.5 billion, to 1.5% of $1.5 billion for project development. But the reality is that it's not a lot. It goes very quickly. And if you're lucky, 3 out of 10 of those projects actually make it. So it's highly risky, and we don't have enough money. So we would love to partner with, and of course we have extensive relationship with Africa 50 AFDB in working in project development. It will help us because in Africa today, what is clear is the money is there, the ideas are there, but what's missing is developing these ideas, and it's expensive. I'll give you an example. When we did infra credit, the cost of developing it was $2 million, and it's a simple company. And we spent $1 million, and we got PIDG, which is an agency of the DFID and the European Sweet Bank, to provide another $1 million. After the entity was created, that capital is now being returned to the original founders. But for that one success, we've had 5 that just, never quite made it. But we still must do this to encourage projects to go through, because for one that works, we actually sometimes make enough money from development phase to make up for the cost of the ones that did not work. So at the moment, though, we do it, and the second answer is we do it on a project-by-project basis. Initially, we wanted to create a fund out of it, but realized the governance and administration of that was going to be a little bit tricky. And to that extent, we're very grateful for an entity like Africa 50 because it will bring a lot of governance around it. So we would love to have such funds created. The third issue is the fact that our infrastructure fund, unfortunately, is not cross-continent. It is Nigeria. And so to that extent, it restricts, obviously, certain participation. And I'm hoping that we'll have the flexibility. Our other two funds, by the way, which hold 60% of our assets, invest across the continent. We're invested everywhere in the rest, but the Nigeria Infrastructure Fund is only for Nigeria. And that creates a little bit of restriction. So sometimes when we speak to other funds, it makes it difficult to create a fund. It makes it only possible to do deal-by-deal basis. But absolutely, we're keen, and we have had a lot of success doing it in the past.
Wonderful. I'm sure there's music to Alan's ears. Koray, your last thoughts?
I mean, maybe the question regarding your government efficiency, because I'm a part of the government, so I'm a government servant, so how we can...
Speak in your mic, Koray, in your mic.
Yeah, so how we can make the government more efficient. So as a government servant and a public servant, I'm going to answer your question, first of all. So first of all, we have to identify what is not efficient. Okay, so the identify is because of the procedures, or it is because of the quality of the people, staff. So first of all, we have to identify what the problem is. Okay, the question is, I know the answer is the bureaucracy. So how we can improve the bureaucracy, in a better way, how we can bureaucrats work efficiently, basically. It's all related about your documentation requirements, all about revising, the procedures, actually, basically. So this is what we did in Turkish government, basically. We identify, all documentation requirements. Actually, we realized that, there are many documents are getting twice, basically, in some sort of way. So we have to identify each of them, actually. And now we have, especially for investors, we have the better, the government environment. We have the special, the agency, basically, and, they are speaking almost every language in the world. They are the direct contact persons. You don't need to go through all other government entities. There's a one institution. You can do everything over there. It's a one-stop shop, basically. This is how we solved our problem within the government, in terms of the investments in Turkey.
Wonderful. Kossi? Si vous avez quelque chose à ajouter?
Non, rien de...
Do you have anything to add? No, nothing specific on this issue. I think, to be honest, that confidence that states need to create in the system, and particularly on the capital market, is critical for other investors, even local investors. And for that, all the effort that has been made today in order to rate states and also to bring states to comply with all their obligations vis-à-vis the market. And these are commendable efforts. I think the state's commitment for opening up to the private sector, especially on all issues related to company privatization, which actually does not bring something significant to the state in terms of resources, but which may be actually financial problems. This issue of privatization can also be a critical enabler to bring the private sector to feel concerned with some sector activity, but also to make sure that the private sector that has money invests in our countries.
Time is up. I don't know where the organizers, if they can give us at least 5 more minutes. Let me check with the big boss here. Okay, we're given a few more minutes. And I see a question. Is there someone else? There's one. So that will be the last question. Very good. Please go ahead.
Merci.
Thank you. I'd like to raise a very simple question to the strategic fund. Currently, the challenge in terms of poverty alleviation and gender inequalities should be taken into consideration in the private sector investment strategy. I'd like to know can I tell more about the strategies to be implemented, the gender strategies? Ibrahima, over to you. Thank you. What we believe is that the strategic fund is a tool. It's a tool to serve the government policies. And currently, the policy is that we want, through the PUDC, inter alia, make sure that time and energy that is actually jailed in some domestic task be unleashed to participate to the economy because they are powerful in Senegal. In this framework, I think the strategic fund should be a tool, and later on, we shall ask for a conclusion. I'd like to say that it's about the leverage, it's about leveraging. When the government will put in a given village a solar unit to ease the daily life of women, the strategic investor will enable the government to bring 1, 2, or 3 units. I mean, our objective is that any challenge should be an opportunity to create a champion. We have a problem in terms of rural electricity supply. We have 100 million to bring to this program to address the problem. Instead of bringing 100 million, we will look for another partner to bring 500 million because this is a revenue-generating activities, and that will enable to facilitate the strategy which is implemented. This is the main role. It is a spillover tool and create a market of a capital market to meet the goals of the strategic orientation. Je vous remercie. En fait, on m'a dit qu'il ne nous reste plus de temps. Je voudrais remercier les panélistes et je voudrais que vous les remerciez de votre côté. Encore une fois, on a une annonce. Il m'a été aussi demandé de vous dire de rester dans cette même salle pour la prochaine session. Il a dit, il m'a demandé de ne pas rester, de ne pas quitter. Ça, c'est les instructions que je reçois et que je passe. Je voudrais vous remercier et j'espère que vous avez appris pas mal de choses, au même titre que moi-même. Je vous remercie.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, chers tous. Et je suis Moulay Ahmed Boubacar, ministre malien chargé.
And I am in charge of moderating the debate, which is about the inclusivity as a factor of sustainability of emergence dynamics. And this topic will be presented to you by various panelists. I will be calling them, but before I call them, I would like to thank the government of Senegal, the UNDP, the World Bank, the AFD, who have allowed us to be here.
Il y a des gens qui arrivent. Et je suis obligé de...
Juste pour faire rentrer tous les autres.
Ok, faire rentrer les autres.
Voilà.
Moi, je peux, hein? Je peux au moins installer les panélistes.
Voilà,
voilà.
d'accord.
Bon. Alors donc, excusez. Donc, après ces remerciements, vraiment à l'endroit du gouvernement sénégalais, du Programme des Nations Unies pour le développement, de la Banque mondiale et de la Banque africaine de développement. Et comme je l'ai dit, ce thème va être discuté par différents panélistes que je vais appeler très rapidement ici. Docteur Cheikh Kanté, ministre auprès du président de la République du Sénégal en charge du suivi du plan Sénégal émergent. Installez-vous. Monsieur Ibrahim Hassan Mayaki, PDG NEPAD. Madame Carolina Sanchez Paramon, directrice principale, pôle pauvreté et équité, Banque mondiale. Monsieur Carlos Medina, directeur succursale, Banque de la République de Colombie. Madame Mam Khari Diène, PDG Bioessence Laboratoire Sénégal. Merci bien.
It doesn't matter. Et c'est assis à ma place.
Donc la conférence va être animée par Madame Carolina Sanchez Paramo, directrice principale pôle pauvreté et équité Banque mondiale, sur le thème capacité de la croissance africaine à réduire la pauvreté et les inégalités et pistes de réforme.
Oh, ok. Oui. Attendez là-bas, on va vous installer la chaise. Ça, c'est la chaise du président. Oh, ok, d'accord.
Ok, merci.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for joining us for this discussion on not only how to support the emergence of Africa, but how to make sure that everybody benefits from that process, meaning that the growth that we hope to see in the region is inclusive and reaches everybody, both those at the top and those at the bottom. I actually have a PowerPoint. Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to talk to you briefly about what inclusive growth means in Africa and what are some of the challenges to be addressed by policymakers and others moving forward to make sure that growth is indeed inclusive. So let's start putting things a little bit in context. We know that when we look around the world, there's been enormous progress when it comes to reducing extreme poverty. In fact, the percentage of the global population that is considered extreme poor has declined from 35% in the year 1990 to about 8% in the year 2018. However, as you can see in the graph on the bottom left, progress has been uneven across the different geographic regions, and in particular, it has been very slow in Africa when compared to other regions of the world. And as a consequence, what we observe is that extreme poverty in Africa remains in the double digits, unlike in other developing regions. And also, we know that above or more than half of the extreme poor in the world now reside in Africa, and this number will go up to about 80% by the year 2030. So what this means is that, on the one hand, increasingly extreme poverty is becoming an Africa issue, and therefore, if we are going to reach our target of eliminating extreme poverty globally by the year 2030, the focus needs to be squarely in Africa. So why do we observe, less progress in Africa than in other places? Obviously, this is due to a combination of issues and factors. So some of my presentation is going to try to identify those and discuss what can be done. So it's a combination of, on the one hand, growth that has been relatively slower than the growth we've observed in other regions, particularly when we look at growth in per capita terms, not just in aggregate terms. And this is, of course, the product of a slow aggregate growth and high population growth. When we combine the two, we have a slow population, a slow per capita growth. But more importantly, it is also the result of the nature of this growth and of some of the initial conditions from which countries are developing. When I talk about the nature of growth, what I mean is that in many of the economies in the region, the engine of growth is either the natural resource sector or very capital-intensive sectors. And what this means is that then that growth doesn't translate into job creation, and therefore it doesn't benefit a broad base of the population. Similarly, in many countries, the starting point for growth to occur is a situation where poverty is high and inequality is high. And we know that these factors actually undermine the growth prospects of a country and at the same time make it more difficult for that growth to be inclusive. I already alluded to the issue of high population growth and how that undermines the payoff of high aggregate growth. And finally, there's the issue of fragility. We've seen a change in the nature of fragility in the continent, moving from what were before sort of national level civil conflict to a different type of conflict now, where we have either fragility to climate or to other weather-related shocks, or fragility related to potential terrorist threats. So the nature of the fragility is changing, but the levels of fragility remain relatively high, and this undermines the ability of countries to make progress. So when we compare what's happening in fragile countries with what's happening in other countries, what we see is that up to the beginning of the 2010s, poverty reduction did happen in fragile countries, but it happened at a much slower pace. And since then, actually, we've seen reversals. So again, when you put all of these together, you get this end result of much slower poverty reduction in the continent than elsewhere. So let's talk a little bit about what that means moving forward and how we can make sure that economic growth in Africa does actually translate into poverty reduction and better living standards for everybody. What will that take? That will take, of course, on the one hand, that we address some of the systemic issues that I just mentioned, some of those constraints. But it will also take that we tackle very directly some of the existing barriers to this growth being inclusive. And I do want to emphasize this issue because it's the focus, of course, of today's discussion, but because I think it's critical. we tend to think in many cases that growth suffices. Let growth happen and somehow automatically, that will benefit everybody over time. But interestingly, we see that, for example, if you compare middle-income countries with low-income countries in the region, the middle-income countries have not done better than the low-income countries in terms of, raising or rather tackling poverty. So income alone, income levels alone won't do it. Similarly, when you look within countries, we actually see that rural areas that are closer to places, to urban areas that have better access to markets don't necessarily lead to more poverty reduction among the rural population. So again, it's important to have economic activity, it's important to raise income levels on average, but it's even more important to pay attention to these constraints that I was alluding to. So I'm going to spend some time in the presentation talking about these barriers. And basically, these barriers to inclusive growth fall under three categories, where we see significant inequalities, in the population. The first one is inequalities in endowments and opportunities. We know that human capital levels have improved significantly in the region, but they remain relatively low compared to other regions in the world. And of course, this is an average. When we unpack that, we know that they are even lower among those at the bottom of the distribution, the poor and vulnerable. So when you look about education outcomes, when you look about health outcomes, there's still quite a bit of progress that needs to be made over time. What's even more worrisome is that when you compare how children are doing compared to their parents, right? So when you look at these processes of human capital accumulation in a dynamic manner and over time, what we observed in the region is that if you're born in a poor household, if you're born with parents that have low education, you're very likely to have low education yourself. You're very likely to remain poor. So we have a very high rate of transmission of these inequalities and of poverty. And this is the vicious circle that we need to break with policy. So just to give you an example, when we look at the generation born in the 1980s, so these are the youth, the young adults of today, only 35% of them will have more education than their parents in Africa. 35%, that's not a very high percentage. The average developing economy, that same number is 47%. For the average developed economy, that number is 57%. So you can see what the difference is here. And you can look at similar statistics for other human capital outcomes. So tackling these differences in endowments and making sure that the poor are equipped to be productive is the first area that we need to focus on. Similarly, we know that there are important inequalities when it comes to having access to markets. And we also know that integration could be strengthened, both within the region as well as with the global economy. Many rural areas remain disconnected from the main poles of economic growth that are becoming increasingly cities, both big cities and medium-sized cities. We know that there are important differences both within countries and across countries in the region in terms of how long it takes for people to access markets. Of course, physical infrastructure is a critical part of that story, but mobile connectivity and other intangible infrastructure investments are also an important part of that. And similarly, we do want to strengthen, when we talk about markets, it's not just about national markets or domestic markets. We want those markets to be regional. We want those markets to include the global market. And again, we want to do that in a way that benefits everybody, not just those working for big firms, but also small farmers in rural areas or informal workers, something we'll talk about later in the panel. And then finally, we do see important differences, again, critical inequalities when it comes to how much exposure people have to risk and how able or not they are to protect themselves against the negative impacts that these risks may have. And when I talk about risk, I'm talking about changes in prices, I'm talking about weather shocks, I'm talking about health shocks, the fact that somebody in the family may become sick or maybe passed away, as well as conflict. So some of these shocks are individual, some of these shocks are systemic, but they all have important costs. And the poor are much less able to protect themselves against these negative impacts of shocks than others. You have some examples here in the slide, which I won't repeat, but what I want to say is that because the poor face a significant amount of risk that is uninsured, that distorts their behavior. So they are much less willing to invest. Their savings capacity is much more limited. So again, it continues to trap them in this low productivity equilibrium, which again, we need to change if we are to promote inclusive growth in the region. So that's the situation. So how do we move out of there? I'm going to talk briefly about 3 areas for action and then 3 enabling factors that I think can help make progress along these 3 areas for action. The first one is, we need to have policies that support investments in the productive assets of the poor. So many of us tend to think about fighting poverty as something that government should do through transfers, right? Have the government give money to the poor. And that's an important part of the story. But I think more importantly, what we need to worry about is how do we make sure that the poor have the productive capacity to take advantage of the new economic opportunities that hopefully the structural transformation process, the emergence that we are discussing, is going to generate. So this is going to require that we build their productive assets. And I think we'll hear a little bit about this from the panelists as well. It's also going to require that we create and increase access to markets, but also that these markets are equitable, meaning it doesn't matter if you are a big business or a small business, you have the capacity to operate in a market. So these markets are competitive in a way. And then finally, it's going to require that we build resilience, right? That we equip the poor and the vulnerable to protect themselves against shocks, so that when shocks happen, they don't have to deplete their assets, they don't have to compromise their human capital, they can deal with that and move on and continue to grow. The 3 enabling factors that I want to talk about and that I think have been discussed already in the context of this conference, and I suspect will continue to be talked about today, are technology, the role of the private sector, and the role of the state. I think we all are witnessing, the advancement of technology, the digital revolution with a lot of hope. Particularly in the Africa region, I think there's a strong sense that some of these developments can help bridge the infrastructure gaps and other gaps that we are facing, and in a way accelerate this productive revolution that I was talking about. But in doing so, we need to pay attention to how this is done and how policy is designed to support the advancement of this technology, so that, again, we don't exacerbate the digital divide, but rather close the digital divide and avoid digital exclusion. And what this means is that we need to think about how we design legislation so that it's inclusive, how we go about investing in physical infrastructure so that it reaches everybody, how do we invest in skills so that both people and firms can actually adopt and use new technologies, and also how we design e-platforms so that they are accessible to everybody. I think we heard yesterday, and we'll continue to hear today, that the infrastructure needs in the region ask for an amount of resources that governments alone will not be able to mobilize. Some estimates put that financing gap in the ballpark of between $68 and $108 million. That's a large amount of money. So it's important that the private sector plays a role in closing this gap. And what that means is that the public and the private sector have to work together to identify the opportunities where the private sector is better suited to support this advancement in infrastructure. And then finally, we need governments that are able to deliver services to the citizens in an effective and efficient manner. And this means governments that are able to mobilize the revenue that is needed, to spend that money effectively, and to target that money where it's most needed, and that are transparent and accountable to their citizens. I wanted to share very quickly a couple of examples that illustrate what this looks like in reality, building from experiences from all the countries that you represent. So we've picked a couple of examples, one that focuses more in rural areas where a lot of the poor still reside and should be a focus of some of the interventions, as well as in urban areas. That would be the second example, because as I said, some cities will be one of the engines of growth moving forward. So in many rural areas across many of the countries where you come from, we know that first, most of the poor live there, and second, that their productivity tends to be relatively low because of low access to assets and other issues. But when we look across the continent, we actually see a lot of new policies and interventions that are starting to address some of these barriers that I was talking about earlier and to advance the policy agenda that I was laying out. For example, we see different countries using technology to support the accumulation of human capital, particularly using solar energy to bring electricity, to support water and sanitation, to support irrigation in rural areas, and therefore bypassing some of the infrastructure gaps. We also see several countries investing in connecting rural areas to urban areas by building rural roads, by ensuring that the connectivity is there. And finally, we see more and more innovative designs when we look at safety nets that take into account the kinds of risks that I was talking about earlier and try to equip households to better deal with those risks. And what's important is that all these policies eventually, when we evaluate them and look at the impact that they have, they are all actually translating into higher living standards down the road. Similarly, if you look at what's happening in the urban space, lots of room for hope there too, lots of very good experiences that we can all learn from. The challenge in urban areas is a little bit different. It's not so much the lack of jobs, but the quality of those jobs and the ability of people that live in urban areas to actually access good quality jobs. But again, we see interventions that are supporting the poor in building their assets. For example, scholarship programs that get girls into school and make sure that they don't only complete primary school, but they complete secondary school so that they're better equipped to come into the labor market. We see programs that are investing in entrepreneurship, so training people that are running very small businesses and helping them envision and aspire to grow their business in a meaningful way. And again, we also see safety nets adjusting to the urban environment and addressing urban-specific risks. And you have some examples of that here. So let me conclude maybe with a few final reflections that I hope will also inform some of the discussion that we'll have on things that I think are cross-cutting across what I said. The first one is that, as I'm sure you realize, a lot of these challenges can be very daunting. When we say, invest in the productive assets of the poor, or make markets more equitable, integrate further. These are big policy objectives. So as we tackle these and as we design policies, I think it's critical that we do so knowing what the problems are, where the critical constraints are, and that then we build an evidence base that informs the policy debate, that informs policy design and policy making. And what that means is that we need to invest in data, we need to experiment and learn from that experimentation, we need to share that knowledge with each other in conferences like these and through other means, and we also need to listen to the citizens. Are these things working? We had some intentions. Are those intentions actually materializing in the form of actual change? So that's my first reflection. Let's not drive blind. These problems are big. Let's make sure that we are shining a light onto these challenges and learning as we tackle them. The second one is that obviously there's no solution that works for everybody, for every country or for every problem or for every individual. So again, it's likely that every problem will require a combination of policies, not just a single policy. It's likely that that combination of policies will vary from country to country. So it's important that we exploit complementarities. It's important that we foster collaboration between the private and the public sector, some of the things that, again, we are discussing in this conference. And then finally, clearly the continent is at a critical moment. But I think there's also a lot of conversation around, okay, how is Africa, what does this emergence look like? What's the structural path that Africa is going to follow? Does that look like the path that other countries followed in the past? Does it look like a new path? We are in a different moment in history. There's the digital revolution, there's the technology revolution. What does that mean? So I think we also need to ask ourselves questions. We can learn from what others have done, but I think there's a lot of room to do things differently and do it in a new way. And there are things that I think the continent can capitalize on. It's people, fundamentally, capitalizing on the demographic dividend, youth and women, and again, we'll talk a little bit about that. As I said earlier, cities can be an engine for growth, but we need to make sure that these cities grow in the right way, that they are sustainable, right? That the quality of life in these cities remains and improves. We need to think about the economy as a whole. agriculture and services, I suspect, are going to be as important for the development of the continent as manufacturing was for some other countries in the past. So let's keep a broad perspective on what it means to grow and the role that both the public and the private sector can play in those different spaces. Thank you. Let me stop there.
Félicitations. Alors donc, merci bien, madame. On va continuer avec la réaction de...
Thank you. We're going to continue with the reaction of Ibrahim Hassan Abeki, CEO for Nepal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My role this morning is to make a presentation after your presentation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split my observation in two major groups. The first one is what his presentation inspired me, and in the second category, what I think from the perspective of the African Union, because as you know, Nepal is a part of the African Union. How do we see the solutions to the issues raised? The first category, I think, first of all, we need to commend Mrs. Sanchez-Paramo for the clarity and the accuracy of her characterization of poverty. I have 7 points which I'm going to go through. The first one is the fact that she underlined that there are major challenges in extreme poverty alleviation. I think we need to underscore it. We need to underscore it by relating it to the fact that Africa has not finalized its demographic transition. And unless Africa completed its demographic transition, will experience this challenge of extreme poverty. And figures are massive figures, as it is said in English. Can you imagine by 2030, that is very soon, we will have to create 400 million jobs for youth age between 15 and 30 years who are already born and who are living with us. So the issue of figures is quite important. The second one is on the nature of growth, which she actually attributed to the classical management of our raw materials. Here there is a reflection to be brought in. That is, African economies that are better off are not dependent on raw materials export, but these are African economies that started to be diversified, and I think it was worthwhile mentioning them. And those economies have a substantial growth rate. In connection to the nature of growth, there is an issue we need to factor in. That means we have over 70% of our population still living in rural areas in Africa. Their mainstay in agriculture. It is true that extreme poverty alleviation will be dependent on the transformation of the agricultural system, which does not mean only to focus on the agricultural development. That means transformation of the rural economy by diversification. And the third issue that I want to put forward is inequality. Often we say that among the 7 fast-growing economies, 6 are in Africa. But we forget to say that among the 7 unequal economies, 6 are in Africa. So inequality is a critical issue. The fact of underlining this systemic dimension, I think, can bring us to reflect on a systemic solution as well. What does it mean, systemic solutions? It means that no sector is a priority as against another. We are also in this quarrel, what takes precedence, health, industrialization, education, etc. any political and administrative system usually which has a very good energy policy, has a very good education and health policies. It's all sectors that need to move together at the same time, and that's where the issue of systemic solutions comes in. There is something that I would like to say about the inequality. It is just in parenthetical, but which is quite dear to me. And this is on nutrition. Nutrition is a decisive factor for the formation of the capital human. We ask 10 economy Nobel Prizes, we ask them what were for them the most critical factor for the African continent development for the next 50 years. And unanimously, they say nutrition. And nutrition, to be very brief, is a development of the brain in our children. Fifth, this is about the connectivity and integration, as well as the importance given to rural infrastructures. I think it is quite important. That being said, we are in a situation in a continent, all the region where the borders between the rural and urban areas are fluctuating, and quite often we don't know anymore what is rural and what is urban. Let us remember 90% of African peoples are living in cities of under 300,000 million. These are data from OECD. So this pattern, this spatial setup implies reflection on infrastructure, both rural and urban, which are different. 6 is on risk management, and I believe it was quite important to mention it because it directly touched on the issues of vulnerability, and I think here there are two solutions, if I may. You mentioned one of the solution, which is actually the safety nets, and the second one is the management of technological innovation value chains and clusters. We do not have time to get into details, but I believe it is worth mentioning these two aspects. Now, with respect to the solutions, I think the three groups, technological, private sector, governance, this is quite good. The fact of laying emphasis of competitiveness is quite interesting because very often we put emphasis on job creation, but as ILO said, we should not forget that we are looking for decent jobs, and to target decent jobs, we need to focus on competitiveness and the creation of small and medium-sized companies. Creating jobs, this is not the role of government, this is the role of small and medium-sized companies, and the conditions for competitiveness should be met. Governance, yes, I really would like to give the example of Tunisia, a country that was really pampered by all international institutions, the highest enrollment rate in girls, so great internet penetration, very good roads, very good port system, and Tunisian implodes due to a governance issue that was a bit related to a high unemployment rate. So we need to be careful with governance, not to fall into the illusion trap. And I believe it was quite good to underscore that from our standpoint, the NEPA, the African Union Development Agency, what we can do, what we can highlight. I think there are 4 points we can highlight. The first one is this: it is a significance of the regional dimension. Poverty alleviation is not just a national issue. It should go regional. And that's what the African Union, our regional economic communities are trying to focus on. And there are engines that need to be set up. Secondly, this is the local issue, the quality of local governance and the quality of local elite that open up the competitiveness and that are supported by the state. And this is a critical point of inclusiveness. Inclusiveness is not just about or inclusion is not just about issues of human capital. This is also related to spatial issues. If you look at zones where Boko Haram are deploying, those are areas that are overlooked from the development perspective. So those states that are facing those issues have a spatial management which is quite appropriate to address this issue. The other point which is important to me is the multi-sectoral dimension, the fact of, and here we come back to your issue related to the systemic approach. We cannot consider per sector. We need to consider, to think multi-sectoral, and that's what we are trying to do in most continental strategies that we have. One last point. This is the co-production of public policies, and here we come to the issue of private sector. We increasingly say that what matters is not about defining a plan and to call on the private sector in order to see how to implement it, but it's about co-defining it with the private sector and other stakeholders in the society. And this implies two characteristics at government level. The government that are pushing for emergence are developing the two qualities. The first one is listening to populations, and I think we, technocrat in parentheticals, we have a lot to learn from listening. And the second one is to have the data. And without these data, evidence-based data, we may make mistakes. That's briefly my take on the issue, by stressing the fact that considering the fragmentation of our continent, any solutions to alleviate poverty and create emergency should necessarily be dependent on optimal solutions at regional level. Thank you so much. Thank you for that brilliant presentation. And for time constraint, we are going to move straight to Dr. Shakante, Minister with the State House, who will tell us how can we build inclusive growth around the value chains. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting me to come to attend this meeting, which I consider as a platform for exchange ideas, confronting of ideas, which actually are aimed at helping Africa to meet and also to have its way towards emergence. I must acknowledge that yesterday, when I listened to the relevant speeches by our heads of state, in particular President Macky Sall, he actually is loyal to his ideas, his commitment. President Ibeka from Mali, Dr. Mahathir. When I heard the voices of institutions like the ADB, the World Bank, the UNDP, the Monetary Fund, the private sector, both national and international, I said to myself that somewhere something was really moving forward in Africa, and we are no longer in the 1960s when people would say that Africa was in a bad shape. Today we all feel that Afro-pessimism is disappearing. We are in the time of Afro-optimism. And that is the significance of our session, the building an inclusive growth from the value chains. That lays, first of all, the foundation of any economic principle, which actually is aimed at combating scarcity. And that's the reason why quality insurance of goods and services has often been given priority as against other mode of growth. And that's why some experts, including those present here, when I listen to Madam Mrs. Chanchez, the president of NEPAD, I totally agree with those definitions, these definitions which are actually consistent with the paradigm of the emerging Senegal plan. I will come back to that later on. So when a growth does not create jobs to enable youth, women, to integrate their societies and enjoy dignity, that growth should be reviewed. When a growth does not promote democracy, it is not sustainable. When growth so causes cultural alienation, this is not a good growth. When a growth actually favors the destruction of resources which are intended to the current and next generation, that growth should be reviewed, and that's how the issue of inclusive growth came about, which hinges on the idea that the quantity growth, although this is essential, is not enough in order to cater for welfare. Today, we need to agree on one principle. Quantity growth, as we know, is often cannot bring about the welfare and happiness of African population. It does not have any positive correlation as against the Human Development Index between the rich and poor. And this raises the issue of a condition for inclusive growth. That is the condition. First of all, do we need conditions in the side, in the content, funding inclusive growth? How can we finance inclusive growth? What is the government role? What is the role of the private sector? It raises the principle of distributive justice from the combination of systemic approach you just talked about. The prerequisite is already to have an ambition. You need to have a very strong conviction, just like that of President Macky Sall, who came with a very strong ambition to take up a challenge. Its growth, Mrs., is correlated to the 2030 goal of the SDGs. This is the basic principle. We cannot correlate a growth with the SDGs and have under 6 or 7%. It cannot be. In the growth typology, it should meet these international standards. First of all, we need to have a growth which is above the previous growth rate that will almost take up the demographic growth rate, to have a growth that has an average of developed countries and an average standard average of countries towards emergence. That's why we need to have a good mix. We need to have a very good systemic approach through the model. Systemic approach allows to have a model in view of the operating environment, the internal and the external environment. And that's what President Macky Sall achieved through the Emerging Senegal plan. He put into concept a viable, socially equitable, and ecological reproductive model, and which actually adheres to the territorial peculiarities, the territorial equity in 3 dimensions: structural transformation, human capital. Madam, you're right. Accumulating human capital produces further performance that accumulation of physical capital. This is a genuine theory. Social protection and sustainable development. And finally, good governance, peace, and security. That's what we have, what we are enjoying in Senegal. Also, on top, productivity, 6 productivity clusters. The first one is agriculture, fisheries, agri-food, agro-industry. Second cluster, ecosystem of social housing construction. Third cluster, the key sector you didn't talk about, it is modern upgrading the informal sector, which is playing a crucial role in our economies. The other cluster is mining and fertilizers. Fifth cluster, the industrial hubs. And sixth, the hub of services, including new technology, new ICT, information and communication technology. These are the paradigms that we put together in order to create 27 flagship programs, 7 flagship reforms, which interaction will consistent with the first plan, which has yielded the result we are enjoying. I will come back to that. Conditions for financing. So the Republic President yesterday amply talked about it. We need to rely on ourselves when we talk about the state. Obviously, we talk about taxation, taxes. We need to have tax citizenry, that citizenship. People need to pay their tax dues. Africans should learn to pay their dues with support from the international community. Africans should actually fight the evading taxation, which are evaluated at between 40 and 80 billions annually. Tax citizenship. How can we finance such growth from foreign direct investment, FDI, which is quite low in Africa, 2%, against 8% in Asian countries and 38% of the budget? We have to finance this growth from the partnerships, not from the assistance, which often refers to the generosity of someone to an institution. We do not want it. We are now promoting partnership with these paradigms: transparency, consistency, effectiveness, and accountability. These concepts refer to accountability. So actually, state need to be accountable to population and to international institutions, and that's what earned Senegal to be actually clapped in its first priority plan, because the funding that we received were utilized effectively. Another aspect of funding is the debt.
La dette soit une dette concessionnelle. Monsieur le Président de la République l'a expliqué, il n'y a pas de risque dans les investissements en Afrique. Pas du tout. Et troisièmement, il faudrait que les Africains, heureusement qu'il y a des débuts d'initiatives, puissent promouvoir un marché financier local pour prendre en charge leurs propres préoccupations. L'État doit jouer un rôle fondamental de garant de la stabilité, de la paix, de la démocratie, mais garant aussi de la formation du capital humain, garant aussi d'un écosystème dans un environnement favorable, comme l'ont fait quelques pays asiatiques, comme l'ont fait les États-Unis avec la Silicon Valley. Le croisement entre les universitaires, les entrepreneurs et les banquiers, comme l'a fait la Chine avec les compradors, comme l'a fait l'Italie avec les districts, comme l'a fait l'Allemagne avec les Mittelstand. Donc, toute une question de combinaison dans une logique d'approche systémique et de volonté politique. L'État doit aussi construire des infrastructures nécessaires, des ponts, des trains, comme l'a fait le président Macky Sall, entre autres. Le secteur privé national et international doit avoir des valeurs partagées avec les orientations stratégiques d'un État et s'insérer dans sa galaxie programmatique. Parce que quand un secteur privé a une vision de très court terme, pas de stratégie de long terme, pas un esprit de conquérant, quand un secteur privé ne prend pas des initiatives de risque, ça risque d'être un secteur privé bien timoré. Et là, ce n'est pas bon. Il faudrait que le secteur privé soit fort, un secteur privé nationaliste, qui puisse aller chercher des partenariats avec le secteur privé international, comme nous l'avons réussi ici, pour favoriser déjà le transfert de technologie. Donc, c'est toute une combinaison aussi dans une logique d'approche systémique. Et maintenant, le principe de la justice distributive. Je pense que c'est un vieux postulat qui date de l'Antiquité. Je le répète souvent, quelque part, Platon parlait de justice distributive pour lutter contre les inégalités les plus inacceptables. C'est un vieux débat. Et maintenant, un rayon de soleil est en train de briller à partir de l'Afrique, à partir du Sénégal, à partir de ce qu'on appelle les 5 diamants du plan Sénégal émergent ou les 5 diamants du président Macky Sall, comme le porteur à ces 5 diamants. Hein, les porteuristes, Madame de la chaîne de valeur, qui va nous en parler tout à l'heure, le Sénégal a ses 5 diamants. Le PUDC, avec ses 4 paradigmes, qui prend en compte les disparités en matière d'eau, les disparités en matière d'électricité, les disparités en matière de route, en termes de connectivité interne, connectivité externe, et finalement les disparités pour alléger les travaux de la femme. Parce que les inégalités en matière de femmes font perdre à peu près 105 milliards de dollars chaque année. Les bourses de sécurité familiale. Les bourses de sécurité familiale, madame, ne sont pas de l'argent qu'on donne aux gens comme ça. Non. Ces bourses permettent... Il y a des conditions. Il faut d'abord inscrire ton enfant à l'école. Quand il est né, il faudrait qu'il puisse avoir un registre d'état civil. Il faudrait faire vacciner l'enfant. Quand vous réunissez ces conditions-là, eh bien, vous êtes accessible aux bourses de sécurité familiale. La couverture maladie universelle, en 2012, seuls 20% des Sénégalais avaient la chance d'aller se soigner quand ils étaient malades. Aujourd'hui, au Sénégal, dans les 557 communes, les 520 ont la possibilité, ces populations-là ont la possibilité de se faire soigner. Je peux parler de Promobile, je peux parler de Puma. C'est toute une batterie expérimentale que le président Macky Sall a mis en place dans le plan Sénégal américain, qui est en train de devenir une réponse appropriée, la voie africaine de l'émergence. C'est pourquoi, en un temps record, il a respecté tous ses engagements. Qu'est-ce qu'il avait pris comme engagement? Dans 10 ans, il avait pris l'engagement de multiplier le PIB par 1,5. Il l'a fait. Il avait pris l'engagement de multiplier le revenu par tête d'habitant par 1,5. Il l'a fait. Il avait promis de créer 600 000 emplois. Il en a créé plus. Je pense que mes amis de l'ANSD doivent revoir les statistiques. Parce qu'officiellement, le nombre d'emplois recensés tourne autour de 457 000, compte non pris du secteur primaire. Quand je parle du secteur primaire, nous avons l'agriculture, nous avons l'élevage, nous avons la pêche. Et tout le monde sait que nous avons vécu une prospérité agricole ces dernières années. Par l'accroissement de la production de riz, nous sommes passés à 400 000 tonnes, à 1 135 000 tonnes. En 2012 déjà, nous importions environ 800 000 tonnes de riz, équivalent à 400 millions d'euros. Cette facture-là a été réduite. Sur le plan horticole, nous importions combien de tonnes de pommes de terre, combien de pommes de légumes? L'année passée, le Sénégal a produit 1 432 255 tonnes. Donc 400 000 tonnes d'oignons, 140 000 tonnes. Ça, ce sont des résultats probants qui ont été produits à cause de la vision du président de la République articulée au plan Sénégal émergent. Le dernier postulat, c'est le postulat de l'équité territoriale. En fait, cette inclusion sociale-là doit être combattue à partir de la valorisation des potentiels territoriaux, tout en tenant compte de la demande sociale en termes d'équité. Au Sénégal, la réponse que le président a apportée, c'est l'accès au crédit. Il a mis en place un fonds qu'il appelle la délégation à l'emploi rapide, où les jeunes et les femmes sont éligibles suivant un certain nombre de critères. Donc, c'est la forme la plus appropriée que le Sénégal, à titre expérimental, a réussi pour créer les conditions d'une croissance inclusive appliquée à toutes les chaînes de valeur dont j'ai décrit tout à l'heure. Madame, ce que je n'ai pas vu dans votre exposé, le Sénégal des profondeurs qui est en train de se transformer, qui est en métamorphose et qui est devenu un bel exemple de croissance et d'inclusivité. Donc, ce sont ces quelques mots que j'ai voulu placer, hein, me basant sur le Sénégal émergent à partir des données que nous avons, et vous remercie pour votre attention particulière.
Merci bien, Monsieur le ministre. Nous en arrivons à Madame Mamkharidian, PDG Bioessence Laboratoire, pour nous parler de l'inclusion des femmes et des jeunes et puis la création d'emplois décents. Madame, à vous la parole.
Je vous remercie. Bonjour à l'assistance. J'ai la lourde tâche de parler d'emploi décent pour les jeunes et les femmes. Je vais juste commencer par donner quelques statistiques aujourd'hui. En Afrique subsaharienne notamment, ce que nous voyons aujourd'hui, c'est qu'il sort entre 12 millions et 15 millions de jeunes diplômés universitaires chaque année. Parmi ces diplômés universitaires, entre 2% et 4% seulement sont absorbés, secteur privé, secteur public confondus. C'est-à-dire, seuls 2 à 4% trouvent un emploi salarié. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire que nos universités, principalement, aujourd'hui, forment majoritairement des chômeurs. Ça veut dire également qu'il faut tirer une conclusion par rapport aux jeunes. Il faut que les jeunes se mettent à l'entrepreneuriat, c'est-à-dire créer un emploi pour eux et également pour les autres. Alors, comment faire? Quand on prend les statistiques jeunes et femmes, nous nous retrouvons à plus de 85% de la population, généralement également en Afrique noire. Ce que ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, il faut qu'on se base sur nos atouts, parce que j'ai entendu parler de compétitivité tout à l'heure. L'Afrique a des atouts, et ces atouts-là, il faut pouvoir les exploiter. Moi, je vais vous parler de ce que je connais principalement, les chaînes de valeurs agricoles. Comment nous procédons aujourd'hui? J'aime à donner l'exemple aux jeunes qui attendent généralement les gouvernements une action ou qui attendent qu'on leur donne de l'argent pour débuter en termes d'entrepreneuriat. Je dis, le monde aujourd'hui se focalise sur un nouveau type de modèle de développement. On parle beaucoup de développement à fort impact social ou de social entrepreneurship. En Afrique, nous avons le social, nous savons faire le social, mais nous ne savons pas faire du business avec le social. Alors je dis souvent aux jeunes, regardez autour de vous, quand c'est la période des mangues, vous voyez des mangues partout, ça pourrit borchant, les femmes en vendent au bord des routes, 1 mètre l'une de l'autre, elles sont éloignées d'1 mètre. Qu'est-ce qu'on ne peut pas faire avec une mangue? De la mangue séchée, de la mangue confite, du jus de mangue, du nectar de mangue, du chutney de mangue, qui est le njamban, comme on l'appelle chez nous les Wolofs, et que les Indiens utilisent beaucoup. Nous pouvons, quand nous avons épuisé et que la mangue commence même à pourrir, nous pouvons faire du vinaigre de mangue avec de petites choses, parce que pour faire les vinaigriers ne coûtent rien du tout. Avec de la poterie, on peut faire un vinaigrier de mangue. Et quand on a terminé tout ça et qu'on pense avoir terminé avec la mangue, on peut encore utiliser les noyaux de mangue pour faire du beurre de mangue. C'est l'exemple que je donne toujours parce qu'il coûte 23 $ le kilo quand il est vendu départ États-Unis. Donc c'est bien une approche intégrée, une approche chaîne de valeur où on peut se baser. Alors pourquoi je parle principalement aux jeunes? Parce que les jeunes ont cette force en Afrique, cette force de travail et une force de se réunir, parce que je dis toujours, on sait se mettre ensemble, mais se mettre ensemble maintenant pour transformer, pour se créer de l'emploi. Prenons un autre exemple tout simple, celui des oranges. Quand c'est la période des oranges locales, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On voit des vendeurs d'oranges qui épluchent les oranges et qui jettent les épluchures. Avec une épluchure d'orange, on fait, en trempant juste dans de l'eau, on obtient un macérat à queue. qui est utilisé par l'industrie cosmétique. En trempant dans l'huile, toujours, on a un macérat huileux, très très prisé encore par l'industrie cosmétique et qui se vend cher. Quand on trempe dans un alcool ou qu'on trempe dans de l'alcool ou dans le sucre, on obtient les essences qui peuvent parfumer la pâtisserie ou même l'eau. Et aujourd'hui, on a, Madame le disait tout à l'heure, l'approche digitale et Internet qui est accessible partout, accessible notamment aux jeunes, que ce soit en milieu rural ou en milieu urbain, où on peut avoir l'information sur comment fabriquer des huiles essentielles avec des alambics tout simples. Donc, ce n'est pas l'investissement, ce n'est pas la lourdeur de l'investissement, c'est plutôt l'accès à l'information et à la bonne information entrepreneuriale. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire alors qu'il faut effectivement que ce soit le secteur privé, que ce soit le secteur public, qu'on mette cette information à disposition et qu'on organise notamment les populations rurales, parce que généralement, la richesse, elle l'ont. Quand on prend des pays que je connais, en commençant par le Sénégal, quand on va au fin fond du Kédougou, aujourd'hui, on se rend compte qu'effectivement, il y a les mines. Mais la première richesse, c'est d'abord celle de la forêt. Et face au changement climatique et à tous ces défis que nous avons, le rôle principal de l'État et le rôle du secteur privé est de montrer à ces populations rurales que la richesse, elle est là, à travers la forêt, et comment transformer et avoir cet écosystème créateur qui garde la richesse de ce qu'elle a créé au niveau de la chaîne de valeur. C'est un premier point. Ensuite, on a parlé du défi des infrastructures. Vous savez, moi je dis toujours que l'Afrique ne peut pas se permettre l'exception de la non-qualité. On la voit où? Nous avons investi au niveau des forêts de bokeh et bofa qui sont en Guinée. Et la première fois que je me suis rendue là-bas, je me suis rendu compte qu'il y avait encore, parce qu'on parle de compétitivité, des forêts complètement vierges de palmes rouges, de palmiers à huile. Et donc ces palmiers seraient totalement acceptés parce qu'on n'est pas, comme pour les Asiatiques, à détruire les forêts pour implanter des palmiers, etc. Ça, c'est le palmier planté par le créateur. D'accord? Et donc, c'est quelque chose à valoriser, c'est quelque chose à montrer au monde que ça existe. Et quand on est allé là-bas, avec une toute petite infrastructure, on a vu une femme qui est venue se plonger, vraiment se mettre à genoux avec, excusez-moi, mais moi je suis très pragmatique, hein, je dis les choses crues et telles que je les pratique, les seins jusque-là. Et la femme nous disait, écoutez, vous êtes la première que je vois qui vient nous mettre une machine qui pile 200 kilos de graines de palme en 15 minutes. Alors que moi, j'ai pilé toute ma vie, c'est pour ça que mes seins sont là. Donc, c'est pas que de dire que ça n'est pas possible. C'est possible, mais une fois qu'on obtient ce palme, qu'est-ce qui se passe? On se rend compte que là où parfois on a des manquements au niveau infrastructure, construit par le secteur privé ou le secteur public, d'ailleurs c'est le rôle du secteur public, c'est quoi? C'est, on voit cette femme qui porte au dos son enfant, qui va piler son palme ou qui va même utiliser la machine qu'on lui a emmenée, et en fait, on prend les choses, on les analyse et on nous dit, vous avez des microbes qui viennent des excréments humains dans le palme. Pourtant, c'est le palme qu'on va trouver à Djaoubé ici, qui va se retrouver au marché de Dakar, etc. Et on se dit, mais comment est-ce que c'est possible? C'est peut-être pas que la femme était sale elle-même, mais elle avait son enfant au dos. Si l'enfant pleure, elle va lui changer le linge et puis revenir et remettre la main à la pâte sans eau, sans, etc. Et donc, ces manquements ont un aspect direct sur la compétitivité entrepreneuriale, qu'elle soit publique, privée, rurale ou urbaine. Et c'est là que moi je dis, en Afrique, on a un challenge énorme d'intégration à faire, notamment secteur privé, secteur public, parce qu'aujourd'hui, cette compétitivité-là, on nous la demande au niveau de beaucoup de produits. Quand on prend le cas du Sénégal, par exemple, on peut créer énormément d'emplois si le Sénégal, par exemple, se focalise sur la tomate cerise. Si un plaidoyer est fait pour la tomate cerise, pour l'exportation, par exemple, ne serait-ce qu'à l'industrie de la pizza américaine, comme disait mon ami Babacar Bey, vous imaginez le nombre de créations d'emplois qu'on pourrait faire. Encore faudrait-il que ce qu'on nous demande, c'est-à-dire une qualité au niveau international, que cette qualité, elle puisse être atteinte. Au niveau du secteur privé, ce que je vois en plus, c'est qu'on parle beaucoup de création d'incubateurs. Et quand on parle d'incubateurs, on voit tout de suite nouvelles technologies et on s'en arrête là. Non. Il nous est arrivé récemment de visiter des incubateurs qui sont des incubateurs industriels parce que l'Afrique, comme avec l'exemple de la mangue que j'ai donné ou de l'orange ou d'autres choses, ce qui nous manque aujourd'hui, c'est de transformer. Et c'est en transformant nos commodities et de ne pas vendre nos produits bruts tels quels que nous allons récupérer et garder auprès de nous la valeur ajoutée. Donc, gardant cette valeur ajoutée-là, il faut effectivement qu'au niveau international, qu'on puisse se placer, développer un accès au marché local, un accès au marché régional, un accès au marché international. Et pour cela, les défis qui se posent, que ce soit pour l'inclusivité des femmes ou l'inclusivité des jeunes, c'est essentiellement de travailler sur cette approche chaîne de valeur. D'accord ? Et un dernier exemple que je voudrais donner, parce que je vois que le temps file, c'est des choses qui se réussissent. Nous revenons de la Côte d'Ivoire avec les institutions internationales, ici en l'occurrence ONU Femmes, où nous avons travaillé sur la chaîne de valeur carité et nous nous rendons compte que rien qu'en faisant une certification biologique, les femmes arrivent à augmenter leurs revenus passant de 1000 francs, on va le donner en euros parce que c'est les chiffres officiels, de 1,95 € le kilo à 5 € le kilo, rien qu'avec une certification biologique. Ça, évidemment, ça demande, comme on dit, de mettre les efforts ensemble, de réunir un capital social, d'apprendre des bonnes pratiques les unes des autres. Ça se fait en milieu rural avec les coopératives, mais ça se fait surtout avec les e-plateformes, pas seulement les incubateurs, mais une fois qu'on a établi des incubateurs au niveau industriel, programmer des accélérateurs. Comment on passe de 250 000 à 1 million, comment on passe de 1 million à 10 millions, c'est possible. Je vous remercie.
Merci, madame. Et donc, on va très rapidement passer avec monsieur Carlos Medina, qui va nous parler d'informalité et d'économie informelle. Monsieur le banquier, à vous.
Okay, many thanks. I'm very glad and honored to be here. I want to begin by saying, by thanking for the invitation the government of Senegal, in particular the PSE Minister, Mr. Sheikh Kante here. Thank you so much. And also want to thank the World Bank, in particular Ms. Louise Court, country manager for Senegal, Cape Verde, the Gambia, Guinea, Bissau, and Mauritania. So regarding informality, it is much easier to talk about.
Donc, concernant cet aspect, l'aspect informel, on est en train de travailler pour les aider à devenir formels, parce qu'on voit que ça représente 70% de la population, de la main-d'œuvre de la population. Et ce que je vais faire, je vais vous parler des interventions pour réduire l'informel. Et également là où on a connu des succès ou les choses dans les domaines où on a évolué. Donc première chose, c'est par exemple la formation sur l'emploi et également l'enseignement supérieur. Concernant la formation pour l'emploi, Par exemple, pour les jeunes, les activités des jeunes, on commence avec les jeunes, avec les populations les plus vulnérables. Sur le marché du travail. Par exemple, en Colombie, on voit le taux de chômage qui est environ de 12%. Et pour les jeunes, ce qui représente 18% pour les jeunes. Et pour cela, il y a des chocs. Et en général, si on ne s'en occupe pas, le taux de chômage va augmenter. Concernant l'Afrique, si on considère la pyramide de la population, vous voyez, il y a beaucoup de jeunes, une démographie très jeune en Afrique. Et la formation professionnelle peut aider peut améliorer les opportunités pour les jeunes, pour ceux qui ne peuvent pas se payer des études universitaires. Au moins, ils peuvent. Ceci peut leur permettre d'avoir un emploi formel et ceci leur permet de saisir une opportunité pour les populations, de saisir cette opportunité. Il y a également un problème sur comment ce programme similaire peut être répliqué dans certaines villes en Afrique. C'est concernant la validité extérieure. Donc, je peux dire que ces deux pays, la Colombie, si vous comparez à l'Afrique, même si l'Afrique, ces 25 dernières années, a un retard par rapport à la Colombie, mais en général, on a un PIB par habitant de $5 000 dans certains endroits. Et à l'époque, alors que l'Afrique peut avoir un PIB par habitant de $20. Donc, en Afrique, si c'est 50%, en Afrique, c'est 40 000. Donc, ceci montre qu'il y a un très grand déficit concernant l'Asie du Pacifique et l'Asie de l'Est et l'Asie et le Pacifique concernant les jeunes. Parce qu'il y a 25 ans de cela, ils avaient le même PIB par habitant dans ces pays. Et maintenant, ces pays se sont développés comme la Colombie. Mais je pense que cette intervention également, ce programme peut inspirer beaucoup de gouvernements en Afrique parce qu'on met l'accent sur les jeunes. En Colombie, on a mis l'accent sur les jeunes et les populations les plus vulnérables, les plus pauvres. Donc, ce qui est important pour nous en Colombie, la formation professionnelle a beaucoup augmenté avec le PIB a beaucoup amélioré avec cette formation de 2%. Et ça, disons, le gouvernement a consenti 2% de son budget à la formation. Et ceci représente beaucoup d'argent, mais au moins, on a créé une différence pour les bénéficiaires. Donc, il y a deux aspects importants de cette intervention. Premièrement, on a réduit l'aspect informel. C'est ce qui est l'un des principaux problèmes que l'on veut résoudre. Et également, la participation privée dans ces interventions. Après avoir fourni 1% du secteur privé, et ces gens-là sont intervenus dans le secteur privé et ça a beaucoup amélioré les choses. Et ils sont bien évalués, ces jeunes. Ces interventions, la formation professionnelle faisait partie d'une très grande intervention dans les années 2000 après un très grand choc économique en Colombie. Et cette intervention était financée par la Banque mondiale et la Banque américaine de développement. Et ce qu'ils demandaient, c'est qu'ils ont fourni les financements pour que l'on soit bien évalué. Et le résultat, ce qu'ils ont demandé, c'est d'avoir des tests, disons, par hasard. Et s'assurer que les décideurs politiques vont proposer des réponses appropriées aux problèmes qu'ils essaient de résoudre et que les bénéficiaires y trouvent leur compte. Donc, ce qui est un autre aspect important, c'est que la disponibilité des bases de données, ce qui nous a permis de suivre comment ces gens travaillaient, comment ils ont, quelle performance ils ont eu après leur formation. Donc, et on a eu de très bons résultats. Ça, c'est très important pour ces pays de la région, pour de garder à l'esprit que il faut, si vous voulez voir la différence que vous êtes en train de réaliser, si vous voulez mesurer les progrès que vous avez réalisés, donc il faut avoir de bonnes données pour pouvoir les analyser. Maintenant, parlons maintenant des programmes de formation professionnelle. Ce programme de formation professionnelle, c'était pour renforcer la capacité des jeunes, pour avoir une meilleure participation des jeunes. De quoi s'agissait-il? Il s'agissait de 3 mois de formation dans une ferme. Donc, en 6 mois, on a eu 6 mois pour faire la différence parmi les jeunes. Ce qui veut dire que on a travaillé sur on a 25% des populations, en général de 18 à 25%, et c'était un investissement entièrement public. Donc pour le secteur privé, nous avons juste fourni une main-d'œuvre pour le secteur privé. Donc parce qu'on a formé les jeunes et après on les a mis à la disposition du secteur privé. On était dans l'industrie manufacturière, dans l'agronomie, dans la gastronomie. Ils étaient dans tous les domaines. Et on s'est assuré qu'après qu'ils fournissent ce service, ils soient payés. Et après cela, ils étaient devenus des prestataires de services et ils pouvaient fournir un service de qualité. Et c'est comme ça qu'ils ont reçu des subventions ou bien des bourses pour aller plus loin après. Et après, c'est très important de garder à l'esprit ce modèle de formation professionnelle. Parce que quand vous voulez fournir des services sociaux, vous voulez faire des régulations ou bien vous voulez avoir des programmes incitatifs pour que le secteur privé puisse travailler correctement. Et ce que l'on a fait, le secteur privé a seulement payé après le service. C'est-à-dire, donc 25% de ces gens, 25% de ces jeunes n'ont pas reçu de paiement. Et après cela, après les cours, ils vont recevoir 30% du travail accompli. Donc, c'est seulement quand ils ne sont pas recrutés par une emploi, quand ils ne sont pas recrutés, ils reçoivent 25%. Et quand ils sont embauchés, ils reçoivent 100% du paiement. Mais des fois, ça peut prendre du temps pour être embauchés. Et ils vont recevoir l'argent, mais moins d'argent quand même. Donc, les incitations étaient bien alignées. Par exemple, en tant que prestataire de services ou bien de programme, vous voulez savoir si ce qu'ils ont appris était important. Vous voulez vous assurer que les compétences que ces gens ont acquises étaient de qualité. Parce que vous voulez... Vous pouvez vous tromper une fois, mais pas vous tromper 2 fois. Et quand quelqu'un vous fournit un service ou bien quelqu'un fournit, vous prenez un cours, vous savez que ce cours est très important, ils vont continuer ils vont être embauchés et ils vont continuer la formation. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a trouvé avec cela? Quels sont les résultats? Donc, avec on a eu des informations de ces bénéficiaires en 2005. On a essayé de les suivre selon les bases de données jusqu'à 2015. Et ça veut dire que 10 ans plus tard, et on a trouvé que le taux de formalité a augmenté de 12%. Ils étaient très formels, le taux de formalisation. Et après, certains d'entre eux, 30% étaient devenus des entrepreneurs. Ce n'est pas comme des employeurs qui... disons, le taux de chômage a diminué et ils ont été embauchés. Et si on compare le salaire à leur pairs dans les entreprises, et si on leur demande combien de temps, le temps qu'ils ont passé dans l'entreprise a augmenté. Donc, ceci a stimulé, ceci les a encouragés à vraiment aller plus loin dans leur formation formelle. dans l'éducation. Donc ces individus sont devenus moins pauvres et s'ils deviennent moins pauvres, ils vont demander ils auront besoin de moins de subventions pour aller de l'avant. Et on a vu qu'ils ont plus accès au crédit et ils peuvent avoir des crédits pour acheter une maison, une terre, pour construire une maison. Donc, pour avoir même des crédits de consommation, ils peuvent trouver facilement avec les banques pour des activités même génératrices de revenus. Donc, ceci a également réduit, par exemple, la pauvreté. Donc, par exemple, dans un ménage, disons que même les parents dépendaient de ces personnes-là. Il y avait moins de dépendance. Et également, il y avait un très faible taux d'arrestation parce que le taux a été réduit à 6%. Il y avait moins d'incidents d'arrestation. Donc, ces parents de ces gens-là qui ont qui ont candidaté pour ces programmes, on a vu que ceci les a vraiment influencés. Il y a eu un avantage pour ces gens et le gouvernement va maintenant avoir des retombées positives de ces investissements. Cette formation, peut-être que je suis en train de prendre plus de mon temps, mais là, je voulais parler de l'enseignement secondaire. Je voulais parler de l'enseignement secondaire, mais pour les questions de temps, je ne peux pas aller plus loin. Je vais m'en arrêter là pour le moment. Donc, thank you. It's 1 p.m. So we plan to stop at 1. I have to acknowledge that it was very rich, very passionate. Thanks, dear panelists. Once again, thanks to the Senegalese government and all the partners, the World Bank, the AFDB, who have contributed to the organization of this forum. And after the eminent, the prominent panelists, it's very difficult to draw a conclusion because of the high level of participants here. Except I will say that I would like to recall a sentence of His Excellency Macky Sall yesterday that I will quote. He said, "Emergence is not going to be done by decree. Emergence is a vision. It's a political vision."
Alors donc, j'ai failli conclure parce que ce qui m'avait été...
I was about to conclude because I've been told that we have to stop at 1. So I'm sorry if in general I really like to have a debate. If there are participants who want to bring contribution, comments, questions, let us choose at least up to four questions, 5 participants per row, so as to get your feedback. So thank you for having given us this time, allowing us this time. So over to you now. The audience, you have the floor now.
Ahmad Ndiaye. Qui d'autre? Ahmad Ndiaye. Qui d'autre? Comme ça, je vais faire une liste de 5 contributions. Donc, c'est Ahmad Ndiaye.
Ahmad Ndiaye.
Bon, pour qu'on gagne du temps, mais vous pouvez venir là, je crois qu'il n'y a pas de problème. Hein. Venez là au pupitre.
Bonjour.
Good morning, I'm Amandai. I am associate professor at the Faculty of Economics. So I would like to come back on the title. How the private sector contribute. I am against this concept, contributing. How private sector can contribute? No, the private sector does not have to contribute. It is the private sector that should make inclusive growth. Maybe we should ask how the state should contribute. It's a question of perception because economy, it is the private sector that should be driving the private sector. It is the one that should making it grow. It is the state that should maybe contribute. Here, I don't agree on the title. I don't how the private sector should contribute. No, the private sector should be driving the private sector and the state should be contributing. This is the only thing that really, the only observation that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Y a quelqu'un d'autre? Oui, madame. Votre nom?
Yes, madam. Ma'am, your name?
Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Félicitations.
Good morning. First of all, congratulations to all panelists. I am Amanjai, young entrepreneur, Senegalese entrepreneur who's making upgrading of and harnessing the African products. So I would like to see what are the ways and means to help the transformation, the processing part, what we call the food processing, because for a long time we have put a lot of money on agriculture. It's good to have raw materials so as to have value chain, but in the value chain, the transformation link is very important. The added value for this finished product is very more important than the raw material. So I really I appeal to you, I call on you, all the partners, the state, private sector, to really cope with this, to really build on this lever, because we know that we have we have other projects, we have state services that are helping us in the supervision and control, in the monitoring. But I think we should be a political will, state will, regional will to help us industrialize our private sector. I thank you very much and bear with me if I take your time. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Jan, President of the Council of Companies of Senegal, which is an employers organization which brings together SMEs. So I think this is a timely topic. We are at a landmark in Africa where Africa is obliged to develop strategies, mechanisms, levers that will enable the development from the grassroots. We all know that there's no emerging country that developed thanks to the great companies. Change comes from the bottom line. We all know this fact. So this is, we have to make sure that this inclusiveness is really reality and does not limit itself to political speech. The small and medium companies are not funded. The banks do not fund only big companies. So the upgrading policies are only booked for companies that are eligible and that are certified. You need to have bookkeeping. And we know that 90% of companies, Senegalese companies, are informal companies and not structured. So now upstream, there's a work to do about inclusiveness. This is paramount important to do it, so as these small and medium companies can really be taken into account and be part of the inclusive growth and growth of quality. Because banks, they always tell you so the banks are only there for the red tape. So they can never have access to regular financial services. And these are financial systems that are adapted to their environment. So I suggest that the policies can support the small and medium sized companies. Why not putting in place, I thought about it yesterday, a confederation of African companies that will be a structure of CEA that will meet the need of a small and medium Senegalese enterprise. We will have, our voice will be more heard and will be more taken into account in the decision-making spheres. If we don't do that, of course, we can have an informal sector, you can have small companies, but they will not truly contribute to the growth of the company. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je m'appelle Meksan Kabou. Je suis doctorant en économie.
I am PhD candidate in economy. So the question I wanted to ask is the role and place of innovation, meaning of research. We know today that there is a real problem. One of the engine of competitiveness is innovation through research. So what is the share of the state in the funding of research? We know today the private sector, what are you doing? And here I direct my question to Madam. So you concretely, what is your contribution in the innovation and research, and how the state should support this dynamic? Because we cannot talk about technology transfer. It is high time that Africa plays its part in the development progress. Thank you. Morning. I am Maurice Sarr from Performance Cabinet. I have a question divided by two. The first one, divided two questions. The first one, when we talk about inclusiveness, is inclusiveness seen or perceived as an object, as a goal that needs to be attained, or inclusiveness is seen as a means that will make growth, that will make the growth, is it an objective, or it is a way, or is it a means to reach growth? So the second part of it is, when do we think of that? What is the deadline? When can we expect to have the outcomes of this vision? So thank you. I think we have the 5 speakers. So you are the last one, the very last speaker. So here I don't see many women. About out of 6 speakers, I saw only 1, because we are talking, and whereas today we are talking a lot about women, and we talk about inclusion, and they are the backbone of the economy. Even though we are doing our best to reduce their chores. So go on. So today is Friday. We need to conclude because it's presided over. This session is presided over by an imam. So I'm Mamadou Gissé, in electro engineer. So I'm an entrepreneur and a local leader, a political leader, a member of the CEDES, the employees company, employees association in Senegal. So I'd like to talk about youth. I am on the field. I am working with the population to broaden the base, the support base for the president. And the challenge that I am facing today is mainly the youth. The statistics have shown, we talk about the pyramid of age in Senegal. We all said that it's important to have them to instill in them this culture of entrepreneurship. But what I have noticed by working with them on a daily basis and to meet their demand, their request, is I have noted that the issue of the youth entrepreneurship or youth inclusiveness has gone beyond the economic level and has become now either a social problem, So there are so much that most of the youth no longer have the courage, are no longer motivated to go and see what are the government programs that can help them, train them, supervise them. They are not even aware of that. They do not even know that the government is making tremendous efforts to help them, to train them. They are not informed. So, and they no longer have this motivation, this determination to go and seek for this information. So Dr. Sheikh Kante, member of the government, we work together on this topic. So I would like to highlight that it's not to say that we have ANPEJ, we all know all the apparatus, but the youth itself, if you go in the neighborhoods, they are, I don't know, they are no longer motivated. We need to find a way, a means to inform them and remotivate them, and telling them you have these issues and these programs are here to address your issues. You have TROA, FPT, ONPF. All these programs are there, but youth no longer go there. Some will say that I don't have time for training. I want a funding and do something. And without training, you will never succeed in your business. So I think we need to focus on that, and I think it's important to highlight that aspect. So we're going to stop there, and I'm going to ask the panelists and Mrs. panelists to respond precisely and please be very concise and brief. So, since I was asked a question directly, the place of research in the sector, private sector, I'm just saying you that we are aware, especially in the cosmetic field where I am, that research is essential. And the approach we have, we say that once the elements that information we need are not internally, we are going to look for them. We are going to externalize them. And let me give you an example of what we do and what we did with a DRC, with UN Women. Thanks to the value chain of the cassava, we managed to make a flour that you can use as a scrum. When we say scrum, you can use with this flour, you can make bread, pastries, and we managed to make spaghetti gluten-free that are today dispatched, deployed in all throughout DRC, thanks to the alliance we have had with the Department of Science of the university, which not only supplies, it's because it's a research, they supply us these tools, but also they participate during these trainings when we do the deployment in the rural areas. Concerning the question of processing, the question of Madam, I would like to say, when we talk about incubator and fast tracking, it is, we are aware in the private sector, and especially in the agribusiness sector, that the efforts, the extra mile we should do. And added value is one when the product is processed. And for that, I'll come from a program with the United States. We could say that it's a developed country. We don't need to give an example. We realize that the incubators we found there are incubators in a small room. You find tools for the processing, be it for cosmetics, be it for laundry, be it for cakes, whatever. These are tools they make available to the youth, the young entrepreneurs, whatever their age, so that when they don't have access to the tool or when they don't have access to the infrastructure, they can come there and work and process and put on the market and sell it. And they have many modules that would enable not only to process, but also to fill the gap they have in the processing. So this model is backed up by accelerator. And if you or like me, you are a small company, small business, and after a medium company, you aspire to become a big company. How? With a system of mentoring. And here I concur with the last speaker of the Minister of SEDES, because he's saying that the youth are no longer feel like going. It's not that they don't feel like going. It means they're disheartened. And to fight against this disheartening, there are things you need to do. Instead of using the TV channels, national TV channel, showing wrestlers and so on. I'm sorry, but this is a field that's important, but highlight, spotlight role models, show people who are successful. If you do that, China is doing it. I saw in China who spoke about how Chinese have managed to build bridges and earn contracts in front of Germans. And they give example, very simple example of families who live on the other side of the mountain who manage now to be united thanks to this bridge. And it is a pride to see young students who are in the room, who advocate nationalism, who ask questions, and who are proud to be in their country. Let us show that we are proud to be African. We have competitiveness. We should struggle. We should fight, and show the example that Africa is not only the example of diseases, example of failure. The example of Africa is successful youth, feminine success. So I'm sorry, but I wanted to have to say that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to answer to the professor of the university for his question on the private sector. So the private sector, African private sector, does not contribute much to the African growth. So its contribution was measured, is estimated up to 7%. And so far, it's public policies that fund growth. So I can give the example of Senegal. Its transformation, structural transformation, was backed up by Senegal. So there's a correlation between the standardized debt in a cohesive and mimetic from the commitments, regional commitments at the YMU. So not to go beyond 70%, but all the structural transformation we have seen was supported by the state, whereas in other areas, the private sector is participating up to 22 or 26% of the growth. This is why this program of the second priority action, the president have given the tone, saying that the private sector should be integrated in the philosophy of emergence, become champions. From your attitude, your shared values with objectives of the state. Have a vision, because sometimes our companies don't have vision. Long-term vision. They don't have strategy, long-term strategy. They don't have local strategy. They don't have regional strategy. They don't have national strategies to become champions. Fortunately, we have exceptions. We have in the integration of the TER, the trend. It is a partnership between Senegalese and foreigners that have enabled this outcome. So this ministerial sphere area here in this room is a partnership between the private and public sector. So the African private sector and Senegal should be integrated in the state by supporting the state. And this private sector has a long way to go, has to go the extra mile. So concerning processing, Madam, I concur with you. Today, countries that have emerged, they don't do it, they did it through industrialization. Let me give it the example of England. I can give the example of United States. I can give the example of Russia, the case of Argentina. So this is the reason why on the strategic orientation, strategic policy, he said that if you have these 5 assumptions, he said he gave a place to the youth. To answer Mr. Gise, a trained youth, to the minister from Colombia said it. There's always in Africa this issue of matching between employment and training. And one of the flagship reform of Senegal Emergence is the alignment of higher education and the economic pattern. We identified 396 curricula, and among this one, 256 are aligned to Senegalese demand, Senegalese need. So in this program, in this training program, the youth who are graduated are immediately, you can immediately integrate those employment. So this is a structural problem we have found, and we are trying to struggle this, to fight against this aspect through training programs, and we do it for the youth. And the other problem for the youth is access to funding. So the banking environment we have, in general, banks don't give loans, even microfinance. Sometimes I am against the fact that the world of microfinance that give loans to women at very high rate. And I'm saying that a generation they will throw us pelt tomatoes on us, because when the cost of capital is higher to the productivity rate, so you are aware that you are funding a dead activity. And if they don't fund but give back, so they may seize their properties. So this has triggered the President Macky Sall to put in place what he called so the delegation for rapid entrepreneurship for the youth. We say that the youth up to 40 years, you are entitled to this credit, to this loan. But on the condition that your projects are really in line, are really fit in the legislation of the delegation of rapid entrepreneurship. So women up to 100 years, you are entitled to really benefit from these loans. So this is what we are doing in the Senegal Emergence Plan, and it's enabled me today to answer all these questions. So innovation. So I did my first thesis was based on the influence on the material, on the performance of African companies. The case of YMU, I bought equipment on 3 axes: the capital, human capital, innovation, and information. And the influence on the performance of companies from the specific aspect of the country, specific sector, and specific company. On 380 companies, if you want, I can give you my database. If you consider our area, companies did not innovate. If you take innovation in terms of process, product, admin, so it is the headquarters who make innovation and they impose it on market, and this innovation is not adapted. So we need to fund innovation. It is those institutions, companies who should fund themselves the innovation, because innovation is the source of competitiveness. If you take the 5 main key factors, it is a life cycle. We need to understand the life cycle of growth, the maturity, and all this cycle of product life cycle. All this should be in line with a innovative strategy that will enable you to control and master what you call the experience of economy of scale. So this experience will translate into the cost of a value added you add to a product, and enable from a accumulated product to have a situation of monopoly. The human resources, the human capital, to enable the theory of migration of values that is most of the time influenced by those innovations. So it is the companies themselves, with the example of Japan, the example of China today. In these countries, you see companies who have products that will come out within 30 years, within 20 years, and 30 years. And this is the outcome of the research. If concerning our small and medium enterprise, they are not only doing minor, they are doing just minor innovation, as Madam highlighted. They just do shoes and very small things. I think these companies will not be integrated in the value chain. So concerning the cabinet, inclusiveness is the objective of all policy. Otherwise, Mr. President, I am really available for those who ask questions. I am available, ready to host you, to receive, to see you, meet you in my office, and to give a follow-up to your questions. Thank you. So please, with the technique, please bear with us for more 2 and 3 minutes. Give us just more, 1 more minute, and then we'll give the floor.
La Silicon Valley aux États-Unis est le résultat des dépenses du Pentagone dans la recherche et l'innovation. Nous, on a fait une étude sur 37 pays africains pour voir quel était le niveau de dépenses publiques en recherche et développement. Il était moins de 0,5%. Il est évident que nous avons un gisement d'innovation technologique considérable avec des jeunes qui inventent tout seuls. Hein? Mais ces jeunes qui inventent tout seuls doivent être organisés dans des clusters et c'est à l'État de mettre de l'argent public pour qu'ils puissent se développer. Voilà, absolument.
Merci bien, je crois que toutes les questions ont été prises en charge.
Alors, dernier point, juste un point. L'Afrique est importatrice nette de yaourt. Et le yaourt, ce n'est pas quelque chose de compliqué à fabriquer. Et là aussi, l'appui aux petits exploitants agricoles est une des conditions fondamentales de la transformation. Et je tiens à souligner ce point-là parce que j'aime répéter cet exemple. Hein. Le yaourt, ce n'est pas compliqué à fabriquer.
Donc vraiment, merci beaucoup. Malheureusement, le modérateur n'a plus ce mot à dire parce que vous voyez bien que le jingle est arrivé. Quand même, je dis, nous disposons de toutes les potentialités. Courage, courage. L'émergence ne se décrète pas. Transformons nos discours politiques en action. Et que les jeunes comprennent qu'ils doivent se prendre en charge. En charge. Merci beaucoup pour votre aimable attention. Et merci également pour l'indulgence que la technique a bien voulu.
in an all-black 528. Fly new paint, drive new states while you ain't. Can't get props cause your style too fake. Try new bait, rap like me, dance like Diggy. One more chance like Biggie. East Coast rock, beef don't stop. Niggas fall off, mad teams go pop. Swing like Spider-Man, the wall creeper. Pace one, rock some more, the tall creature. You don't like me, I ain't feeling y'all either. Y'all need to roll your blunts with more cheaper.
Once a label is on something, it becomes an it, like it's no longer alive.
Voilà. Good afternoon. Bonjour, Monsieur, Excellences, Monsieur les Ministres, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Welcome to this panel, the last panel of the afternoon. My name is Soraya Hakuziaremye. I'm the Minister of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Rwanda. Je m'appelle Soraya Hakuziaremye, je suis la ministre du Commerce et de l'Industrie de la République du Rwanda et je vous souhaite à tous la bienvenue. Aujourd'hui, nous allons
Today we're going to talk about a theme that actually is consistent with that of this conference, Africa's emergence. And the theme of this panel is emergent inclusiveness. What private sector for what market? I would like to call on to the panel, first of all, Mr. Thomas Sales. Il est conseiller
sector in UNDP for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development Cluster. Mr. Thomas Sales. Yes, thank you. And our second guest, notre deuxième intervenant, est Monsieur le gouverneur
Chemoko, Governor Chemoko Bumwanukone from the BCAO, the central bank.
Is Mr. Christian Yan, Executive Director, Inclusive Business Action Network. Et enfin, nous avons Monsieur Bagoré Batili, fondateur et
CEO and founder of the laiterie or milk industry Le Berger. Let us clap our hands for our panelists.
Voilà. Thank you very much. Merci à nos panélistes.
Panelists. Notre première présentation aujourd'hui se fera par Monsieur Thomas
NDP and is in charge of the private sector. He will present us a report by UNDP describing the experience with the private sector through inclusiveness. So, Mr. Sales, please welcome to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to start by presenting warm greetings from the UNDP team. I'm here replacing Director Marcos Neto, which for reasons outside his control could not make it. Today, I'm going to address you on the topic of emergency and inclusiveness, the private sector contribution to Africa.
Excuse me for one announcement.
Yeah. Iliana.
There is an announcement to be made.
Last panelist, Mr. Walid Mohammed Abdel Wahab, Director General for IDB. Please welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me proceed.
Yes, please.
So I'd like, prior to making the formal presentation, to say that there is a background paper that we prepared in connection with the topic, which is part of the conference documents. And you can find more details there. What I'm going to present is a succinct summary of that. First, the topic on inclusive business and its role on African emergency. Very quickly, a definition. Inclusive business are commercial viable business models that integrate low-income communities and individuals in value chains in various capacities, be that consumers, producers, employees, and entrepreneurs. The key trends and drivers for inclusive growth in Africa include the growing youth population, now about 1 billion, projected to grow to 1.7 billion by 2040. Obviously, you have seen the numbers of last year. Africa is recovering and the economy is growing again. In 2008, we have registered 4.1 aggregate growth against 2007, 3.7. So there's an increment there. Obviously, we have observed over the last decade a rising number of entrants into the labor force. Over the last decade, there have been 9 million Africans who joined the labor force. And this is projected to grow to 20 million in the next decades. Of course, with all these changes and positive growth, there's been an improved living standards and increased demand for goods and service. This goes in conjunction with the trend for greater urbanization, more needs in the cities. And then finally, you know, the cross-cutting aspect of our times is the digital transformation opportunities. Technology and ACT, things like blockchain and others are here to stay and will affect. Overall, for Africa, the SDGs represent a private sector opportunity worth 1.1 trillion by 2030. In 2013, UNDP produced a report, a copy is here, of what we call Realizing Africa's Wealth. This is our flagship report who looks into Africa and what are the issues, opportunities, and key stakeholders working in the inclusive business space. Through this publication, we came out with a framework which fundamentally says there are the 4 I's which are critical to support and expand inclusive business. Those include information, in terms of awareness, knowledge, technology, to how to operate in low-income markets. The second is investment. Investment provides the financial backing that enables business to venture into challenging low-income markets. Another critical aspect of these 4 I's is incentives. Business need impetus to engage with these low-income markets and communities. And finally, a critical element, you can do all of these, but the people you are aiming to work with, the poor, they need to be supported. You need to put in place the logistics, communication, and other types of support so they can take advantage of these opportunities. In terms of inclusive business, it should not be an isolated fact. We need an ecosystem, and it's not just the job of the government. We need collaboration between the ecosystem players. And those include, obviously, governments, the communities which are target, the research institutions, the financial institutions, the partners, the media, and so on. What are the main challenges facing inclusive business in Africa? The report says that the key issues include the regulatory and policy environment. They are too complex or too weak regulations. There's also a lack of target incentives. There are insufficient public-private partnerships and innovative mechanisms. We all know that in the case of Africa, to promote business and markets, there is still the challenge of infrastructure. That's why earlier this morning you heard a lot of pronouncements and different representatives of funds to support infrastructure. The fact of the matter is there's not enough road network in the continent. For instance, it is estimated that 620 million people lack reliable access to energy. The same goes to water, sanitation, or health support systems. The other big challenge in the continent regarding the promotion of inclusive business is access to information. Despite everything which is said in terms of the telecom revolution, the mobile phones, it is estimated that only 35% of Africans have reliable access to internet. There's also lack or low availability of economic data on low-income people and markets. Also, as you might appreciate, our existing TVET systems and the transfer technology systems are still insufficient. Finally, of course, there is a problem about access to finance. We still face challenge of weak access to credit, weak accounting standards, and credit bureaus. The study goes on and explains about what are the models, what works in inclusive business. And some of those include, which I'm sure most of you are familiar, a project which was started in Kenya in 2015. It's called the Kenya Financial Sector Deepening Program. This program was the one who brought about Safaricom, the use of cellular phones to allow people to transact and transfer money. Today, as a result of this program, 71% of Kenyans have access to the financial system. If you check this against the background, the regular number of access to finance average in the continent, it's about 23, 24. The other big initiative in terms of inclusive business that have worked very well, it's a World Bank initiative called Lighting Africa, which allows access to solar energy throughout rural communities. 28.8 people from 25 countries have benefited from this initiative. A good case study, and especially if we're talking about the continent, is the need to acknowledge that we need this business in the agricultural sector. Again, there is a company in Kenya called Africa, and this company provides the agricultural finance and technology solution to link farmers with finance. In this particular case, this company is responsible for developing index-based climate insurance, which allow farmers to address issues of crop, livestock, potential vulnerabilities. Another case about this in case of manufacturing concerns the Aspen Pharmacare. This is the biggest company who produces pharma in Africa. It's a multinational. It has operations throughout the continent, but is based in Durban, South Africa. This company was created because at the time in South Africa, there was a need to guarantee supply affordable medicines for the treatment of life-threatening diseases such as AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. And there was a need to produce ARVs locally. What the South African government did, it provided incentives for investments in the manufacturing production of ARVs in South Africa. On the other side, they also guaranteed, they made a commitment to purchase these drugs. As a result of that, Aspen Pharmacare was induced to invest in manufacturing facilities to produce ARVs, and also the government guaranteed the purchase. So this is the case of a company that today is a giant, but it was created by intervention of government with targeting the needs that they had. Through our Istanbul Center for Private Sector Development, we also have access and knowledge about experience throughout the world on inclusive business. Just to cite 3 cases which were provided and through the work we do in our global center. There is the case of the Great Anatolia SME Guarantee. This is a mechanism that the government of Turkey created and is working with 4 banks to provide SME guarantees for SME companies. It's an interesting experience that allowed to target some poor provinces and SMEs and access to finance. The other interesting case relates to the Philippines, a public-private partnership. And in this case, it's a program that the government provided a conception to the Manila Water Company under the conditions that they will target and service low-income communities. And as a result of this, now these low-income communities have access to water and waste treatment water by 24 hours at affordable prices. Last case concerns India. There was a company which provides the National Health Insurance Scheme. The government, together with other players in the sector, went about supporting an awareness campaign about the opportunities and the needs and benefits for people to access this insurance. So this business became viable and now covers 300 million people. So those are some examples of practical inclusive business. As I said, this publication that we produced in 2013 has about 48 cases of inclusive business from agriculture, including some in Senegal. I would like to now move and talk about going forward. What are the policy recommendations we see out there? First, there is a need to connect and continue to work on reforms on the general business climate, because inclusive business are part of business. However, in this specific case, these reforms should not be only to entice big companies, but specifically target micro, small, and medium enterprises. Look at improving youth and women entrepreneurs' opportunities to develop their business. There's also the second recommendation is introduce new frontier policies which link inclusive growth, reducing inequalities with informal economy and market interventions. This is the next big area, linking inclusive business, inclusive growth with informal economy. As you might appreciate, it's a big chunk of the economies of most of our countries. Consequently, this is where policy should move and the incentives. There's also, it's important to raise awareness and ownership of government and private sector of inclusive business initiatives. Development partners need to withdraw and give the space for the national-based institutions to lead. There's also a critical importance to have information in the form of databases. The issue of finance, let's not forget, without money, things will not move. Consequently, there is a need to move and innovate through financial vehicles, through guarantees, as well as impact investment. There's also, if you do financing in isolation of capacity technology, there's always a challenge. We have to combine both modalities. Finally, I would like to say the new generation of activities relates to ecosystem development approaches. It's necessary not to act isolated, but together. And therefore, there is a need for collaborative, innovative, and collective actions. We at UNDP in this country have helped to create an ecosystem-based platform focused on developing the solar energy sector. And we are working in the case of Uganda to develop inclusive business in tourism, as well as in Lesotho in mobile money. The experience is that these are very useful and they have a big future. In terms of going forward, there is a big opportunity that I would like to present to you. The African Union has led, and we have supported the African Union to develop the concept and the business plan of what we call the African Inclusive Market Center of Excellence. The mandate of this Center of Excellence is to be the premier Pan-African platform for thought leadership and action on inclusive business and markets. The second task is to identify, facilitate, and replicate best practice. Just to give you an example, if a country, let's say Kenya, or for that matter, Morocco and others, Senegal has done very well in the area of inclusive business. It's important for the African countries to come together, and the African Union is creating this Center of Excellence to precisely do that. Share the experiences, replicate what works. At this very moment, the African Union Department of Economic Affairs is leading with the implementation of this concept of the African Inclusive Market Center of Excellence. I know that the government of Senegal, Benin, and Tunisia have submitted applications to become the host country for this center. I would like to invite the private sector to take a look at this opportunity, because this Center of Excellence is going to go beyond providing service to government. It's specifically looking to offer service to private sector companies who want to do marketing studies, strategic studies about opportunities on inclusive business in the continent. So I think I've come to an end. I just would like to say that inclusive business and markets represent a big opportunity. If you talk about transformation in Africa with the private sector, this must be a key component of the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sales. After this very instructive and constructive presentation, especially on the role of private sector and especially the case studies of inclusive business models, I would like to turn to our panelists, see whether any of you would like to give a comment or even ask question, Mr. Sales, on the report itself. Yes, Mr. Yan.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Thomas, for a very comprehensive short presentation. I really appreciate that, and I think I just have maybe two comments, because we heard a lot in the yesterday and today about the need for inclusive business and inclusive markets, and I think what I see from your presentation, and I know it's just a snapshot, is there are existing inclusive businesses, there are existing inclusive business policies where we can learn from, where everybody can actually already take some knowledge from. And we heard yesterday also that Africa has to leapfrog, and I think these are all opportunities where I think it's quite a good possibility now, and it's coming timely. Also, this African Inclusive Markets Excellence Center. I know you worked for that, I think, the last 5 years until it almost got approved, that it got approved by the African Union. But I think it also shows the time is ripe, and I think a lot of things falling in place. And so it gives me quite some positive outlook, actually, that we can move on with inclusive business in Africa. And I just want to add one more thing. When you mentioned the guarantee facility, I think one other, which I missed a little bit yesterday and haven't heard much from that today, is all the new instruments, blended financing, etc., that is coming up, actually. Also from the European Union, the European Investment Plan. I mean, they have a lot of money that are now, where they are developing some financial tools which will again allow them to develop some de-risking mechanism. And that, I think, is something very positive as well, which can be used to still make inclusive business and inclusive growth still much more and faster possible here. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I don't know, Thomas, if you would like to react to some of the suggestions.
I think I totally agree. Blended finance, it's an area of growing importance and ever growing. I think it fits into what we call the big challenge of finance for SMEs and the need to have innovative financial vehicles.
Monsieur le gouverneur de la BCAO, je ne sais pas si vous voulez commenter ou intervenir sur le financement des PME peut-être, même si je sais que plus tard vous avez votre intervention.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think it would be interesting for me to come back on this during my presentation to avoid anticipating something we can discuss substantially. So, thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Bakoro Bachili to take us through the issue of the response of the private sector, how the private sector can respond to the needs of those that are at the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you, dear moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation made. Maybe for me, it's clear that economic initiative of SMEs or informal SMEs at the bottom of the pyramid have needs that have been identified. So these needs are closer to middle companies. I have a company with 5 billion francs CFA, so I'm comfortable with regard to the needs of these companies. What I want, first of all, is to insist on the fact that if you go back to the basics of the support, like we did when we industrialized the microcredit, we need to go back to the basics of the element. So although the market is made up of less well-to-do people, so microcredit was invented by a banker who said, no, I'm in Bangladesh. So the number one problem in this country is famine. We have a lot of poor people, and these poor people need financial services. So how to answer, how to meet this need? And this actually made it possible to develop the banking market by including people that were excluded before. They were excluded from the whole financial service. In my opinion, maybe I will recall what I'm doing. I'm leading a company of 5 billion francs CFA of turnover. And this company is a dairy company. In Senegal, we have 30% of the population is made up of breeders, people living on cattle breeding. So the only competence these people have that they acquire is how to deal with, how to take care of animals. If we need to give value to what they're doing, we need to buy animals or dairy products. And there is no organization. We have an economy that accounts for 30% of our population and for which there is no plan. So other small business, we said, how can we make a nexus between the presence of animal products and urban markets that are rather dynamic? You see, we have an emerging middle class that is growing. There is some behavioral change, and these were a lot of opportunities for agribusiness. So we need to invent a model. Then we respected the basics of agribusiness value chain. We did not need to reinvent the wheel. We actually said we need to say, what can we provide as support, which type of access to funding? Then, so we actually brainstorm, and we have a real company that is adapted to the environment. We have industrial processing, the way even we distribute products. So we are really Senegalese. And then we apply standards that are similar to international standards. So to answer the question, how can we be efficient to address services at the bottom of the pyramid? The bottom of the pyramid is large. We cannot compare people that earn less than 1,000 francs CFA downtown to breeders and farmers that are in rural areas, you see? So I think the first thing we need to do is to consider what they can bring, what these people can bring, what is their added value, because this will be sustainable. By buying products of Senegalese farmers, it will be sustainable. Every day is a challenge. So if we manage to do that, we'll build something sustainable. Because breeders, if we buy the milk of Senegalese breeders, if you buy the rice of farmers, if you buy the chicken of people from Senegal, so we give them the opportunity to improve. And we include the consumer in the program. It seems to me that this is the most effective means. So we may generalize it and say, downtown, all these young people at the bottom of the pyramids are self-employers. This is what they can do, and how can we massively use small entrepreneurs so that they succeed in this. In my opinion, the most effective answer is to consider the potential value of these people. I'm not sure that efficiency of these programs, this program, I have my core business, I have my value chain, I take a part of my benefit and put it aside. I'm not sure that this may be effective. This is great, but it's not something sustainable, so to speak. Thank you, Mr. Bacheli. I think this is an example of return to sources and understanding the needs of breeders and integrate that in a value chain. And I think this morning we did talk about the informal business, which should be formalized. And one of the challenges to the emergence of Africa is how to make sure that the informal sector be formalized so that we can all our entrepreneurs. So we have an idea, but how to market all this? I think this is related to the second question. So Governor Kone, we did talk about the issue of access to funding. Now the idea is how to make financial inclusion. Thank you, Madam Moderator. So taking the floor for the first time to this forum, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the convener of this gathering, the Senegalese officials that invite us to this high-level forum. I'm quite pleased to take part in this workshop by providing or sharing some elements on the need for financial inclusion or inclusiveness that will lead to emergence. I would like to say that financial inclusiveness, generally considered as the financial service offer, is adapted to a category of population or operators that are normally excluded from the classical system or pattern. And this is directed what we actually note is SMEs, as it was said, and low-income populations, women and young people in our system. What does it mean? It means that by bringing to this category of actors responses to their needs, in particular in financial services that meet their needs. Generally speaking, economists accept the idea that this should actually grow the production, should increase the production and increase productivity. And this will also boost growth. And I think this is important with regard to the approach. That's why this requires an increase in their income, an increase in their savings, and generally speaking, to their contribution to wealth creation in any given country. This is the meaning of inclusiveness of financial services and their impact on growth, and why not on emergence. So this is something that is naturally, given the role played by central banks as regulators. So they are focusing on the financial inclusiveness and the financial inclusiveness of populations. As Mr. Bachelet rightly pointed out, in developing countries, we have a very low bankerization, because in our area, so bankerization ranges about 16 or 17%, while the needs are important. We also have an informal sector which is developed. So therefore, we need to find a nexus that will make it possible to include through services before we get to the funding per se. We need to provide services that will allow them to actually plan their organization, and this is critical. This actually is done in different ways. And at the end of the day, if inclusiveness is important, and we need to find all the necessary links in order to bring each and everyone to benefit from these services. At the level of our YMU space, which I know pretty well, what we have done, we have flagship projects which are not exclusive. The first thing that has been done is the establishment of microfinance. I think microfinance, as far as I know, according to statistics, this is an initiative that has made a lot of progress and that has worked properly with regard to the to addressing needs of the most vulnerable populations, or hard to reach populations. Either we have a geographic isolation or an isolation as a result of limited resources. On microfinance, I have some figures which actually give you an idea about how population will reach. So we have 593 institutions in the area, and the service points, we have 5,000 service points. we have 12 million users in microfinance, about 20% of the active population, because this active population in the Union was estimated at 61 million people. So it gives 12% that benefit from microfinance services. The amount for the deposit is estimated at, as of late September, 1,000 billion francs CFA for the deposits, and it's just 5 or almost 60% of banking deposits. And the amount of credit is estimated at 1,300 billion. This is the impact of microfinance per se. Obviously, we have not, we did not meet the objectives, but this is a good starting point. And I must admit that these structures are facing a lot of challenges, but later on in the presentation, I will give more details. The second flagship project, or second initiative rather, is financial services via mobile telephony. I think here also is the use of technology, and that's why we often say that being poor or not having high income does not mean that we are not open to technology. It does not mean that we cannot produce, so we can still produce. The introduction was made under the aegis of banks or mobile telephony companies that use this technology to provide financial services to customers. I must say that in our legislation, these companies, they have a specific mandate, cannot directly participate in such operations, and in particular in financial services offer. But we find an articulation which should bring them to create dedicated company that is controlled by some banks. Here again, we have some results that are quite encouraging. If I must take a look at the last table, we have in total 38 companies that distribute this kind of services. The number of subscribers with electronic e-money is 50 million people, which is not negligible. The number of transactions, 1.25 billion of transactions, and this is a 71% evolution annually since the inception of this. The total value of transactions made is 16,000 million francs CFA, which is a 40% progress. These are the financial services that are provided, that have been provided by mobile telephony. Obviously, any introduction of new technology like mobile telephony is not the last one to be put in place. On this point, what we note is that the demand is very high, and that we are obliged to put in place a system in order to find ways and means to put in place a conducive framework, but also to protect consumers, because this is important. The last important point I would like to share is the funding of SMEs. So let me just say that this is something that has been put in place and it was developed at the beginning of this year. So what we have done is to actually cover or take stock of all the initiatives that have been taken at the YMU region to see what has not worked and why the funding of SMEs has not made any headway. I think there are some complaints everywhere at the level of SMEs, but also at the level of banks. So when we take a look at the bank portfolio, we realize that there is a degradation of the bank portfolio. And there are some challenges with regard to the development of this portfolio. Some banks has given a lot of resources, but activities did not work properly. So what have we presented? We have presented an approach which was accepted by states. And this system, actually showcase 5 players. We have the state, because the state should define a policy to promote SMEs. So what are the sectors where SMEs can thrive, and what are the possible incentives? So this is the role of a state to define those rules. It can be the promotion of small industry, of micro industry. It can be the promotion of trade at some level, etc. I think each state should be able to define the sector they wish to promote. So these are the incentives I'm going to put in place. The second player is a supervision or oversight system, because we realize that initially a lot of SMEs have some challenges in controlling what we call the management and the governance of their company. Why? Because more often than not, these are technicians that have no idea about management. These are people that do control their activity, but they find it difficult to, when it comes to the monitoring, because this requires overseeing the evolution of the activity and make some projection. So all those that participate in funding, these structures have been certified, so they were approved in each country. So they have 3 duties. First of all, the financial function, because we realize that SMEs do not have the means to pay a correct financial service. But if a structure manages an important number of SMEs, there is a sort of syndication of prices. And what they have to pay as charges will necessarily be reduced and will allow SMEs to support such charges. So paying an expert for this extremely costly, you see. But by putting it in a kind of whole, it will allow each and everyone to thrive. The second function is the monitoring. What is monitoring? This is to put in place a number of indicators that will allow the owner of the SME to know what is the evolution of his activity, what is its profitability margin, and what are the challenges he has to face for his turnover, etc. Because a number of SMEs have some problems because they do not have any visibility and what to do. So we have a lot of examples because we reviewed in all countries all the models that we accessed. The third function that we asked to this monitoring structure is capacity building, because the training of an agent in an SME is sometimes very costly, and SMEs cannot access such support because they do not have the means. But if they are in a group, then they can reduce these charges. And this is important in the life of SMEs. This is the second actor.
Nous allons essayer, et ça c'est dans la pratique, hein, nous allons essayer dans toute la mesure du possible de faire de telle sorte que ces structures d'encadrement soient un peu prises en charge. Et nous avons d'ailleurs beaucoup de bailleurs de fonds qui ont déjà manifesté le désir, et je dois d'ailleurs remercier le directeur général de la BID, parce que la société financière de la BID, avec qui nous avons pris de contact, a déjà émis son vœu de pouvoir participer justement à tout ce qui peut permettre à ces structures d'encadrement de pouvoir jouer pleinement leur rôle. Donc voilà le troisième acteur. Le quatrième, c'est les banques. Une fois que la PME est créée et qu'elle est encadrée par une structure, un dossier est fait et ce dossier est transmis aux banques qui, en principe, d'après les conventions que nous avons avec elles, sont prêtes à financer dès lors que ces étapes ont été faites. Le quatrième, c'est la Banque centrale, parce que nous ouvrons un guichet spécial pour le refinancement aux banques qui ont fait des crédits dans le cadre de ce programme aux petites et moyennes entreprises, pour leur éviter justement les problèmes de trésorerie qui peuvent les amener à ne pas financer de façon bonne. Le cinquième, mais qui viendra un peu plus tard, c'est le marché financier, parce qu'il y a une cote qui a été ouverte à la Bourse régionale de valeurs mobilières et qui permet, après un certain nombre d'années de fonctionnement, qui permet à la PME d'être inscrite à cette cote qui a été ouverte spécifiquement pour les petites et moyennes entreprises, ce qui leur permettra alors peut-être de mixer un peu plus leurs besoins de financement en émettant éventuellement des titres ou alors des actions sur le marché financier régional, ce qui leur permettra de faire un bond un peu en avant. Donc voilà le dispositif qui a été mis en place et que nous sommes en train de vulgariser actuellement. Alors la grande caractéristique de ce dispositif, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de garantie. Les banques ne demandent pas de garantie parce que c'est un partage de garantie. Le partage est fait entre qui? Entre la banque et la banque centrale et le promoteur. Il prend un risque, nous prenons une partie du risque avec les banques et la banque centrale aussi prend une partie du risque. C'est pour ça que nous sommes obligés d'être très regardants parce que la partie du risque que nous prenons, c'est la contrepartie de la monnaie. Donc, on ne peut pas le faire n'importe comment. Mais nous sommes persuadés que si nous rentrons dans ce cadre et que chacun joue son rôle, on devrait arriver progressivement à améliorer le financement des PME avec la participation de tous. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, je ne vous cache pas que d'après les sondages que nous avons faits, les banques n'étaient pas tout à fait prêtes à rentrer dans le dispositif des PME sans qu'il n'y ait une garantie. Mais quand on a regardé dans le passé le fonctionnement des fonds de garantie, on s'est aperçu aussi que c'était la catastrophe. Parce qu'aucun de ces fonds n'a subsisté. Parce que tous ont été tous ont été obligés d'assurer des garanties et de payer par la suite. Donc les fonds ont disparu. Et pour autant, on n'a pas eu une flopée de petites et moyennes entreprises qui fonctionnent. Celles qui arrivent à subsister, c'est celles qui ont créé, et nous le savons par les statistiques, celles qui sont arrivées à créer ce dispositif sans même qu'il y ait un programme pour le faire. Mais elles ne sont pas nombreuses, malheureusement, et c'est pour ça qu'il faut aller maintenant de plus en plus vers quelque chose qui peut leur permettre de progresser. Voilà ce que je peux dire pour les trois fonctions. Mais il est évident que l'amélioration de l'inclusivité financière ne peut pas seulement reposer sur ces trois aspects. Il faut d'autres types de réformes, et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec Planète. Et ces réformes-là, nous avons essayé de les faire. C'est quoi? C'est l'introduction, par exemple, de la finance islamique. Parce que c'est quelque chose qui n'était pas dans le corpus juridique de nos interventions. Donc maintenant, à partir de maintenant, c'est quelque chose qui peut être fait. Il y a un certain nombre de financements alternatifs qui peuvent servir aussi les PME, comme par exemple l'affacturage, qui est un élément important lorsque, par exemple, les PME ont accès à la commande publique. Et ça, c'est quelque chose sur lequel nous travaillons, de manière à ce que les créances sur l'État, sur le public par exemple, qui parfois n'est pas payé dans des délais qui permettent à la PME de subsister, qu'on puisse éventuellement trouver les voies et moyens pour que ce système leur permette déjà de céder cette créance, partiellement ou complètement, pour pouvoir avoir les liquidités pour fonctionner. Bon, il y a d'autres schémas qui sont possibles. Et je ne reviendrai pas là-dessus pour ne pas consommer trop de temps. Ce que je voulais dire, c'est que l'inclusion financière est importante. Et nous avons fait quelque chose de très important puisque nous avons mis en place à la Banque centrale une direction dédiée uniquement à l'inclusion financière. Et ces activités consistent justement à trouver les voies et moyens pour inclure le maximum de personnes ou de structures exclues actuellement du schéma classique dans les services financiers et accéder aux services financiers. Je crois que c'est un départ qui est important et nous pensons qu'avec ce que nous avons pris comme disposition, nous pouvons y arriver. Mais ce n'est pas facile et ça demandera encore beaucoup de travail. Alors, deux recommandations que je voulais faire et qui me paraissent importantes. L'inclusion financière se nourrit d'échanges et de contacts. Si nous sommes arrivés à faire un certain nombre de choses, c'est parce que justement nous nous sommes insérés dans ce contexte. Et l'expérience, par exemple, comme il a dit tout à l'heure, du Kenya au niveau de la téléphonie mobile, nous a beaucoup servi. Parce que nous avons pu prendre base sur un certain nombre d'éléments pour pouvoir asseoir ce que nous avons mis en place éventuellement et qui, pour l'instant, en tout cas, ne fonctionne pas si mal. La deuxième chose que je voulais dire, c'est un peu la revue et les bilans qui doivent être faits. Je crois qu'aucun système ne peut marcher parfaitement s'il n'y a pas, à un certain moment, une revue. Et au niveau de l'inclusion financière, nous avons une revue tous les ans. Tous les ans, nous organiserons ce qu'on appelle une semaine de l'inclusion financière qui réunit à la fois les opérateurs, les partenaires qui nous aident un peu dans ce domaine et tous ceux qui, d'une façon générale, sont intéressés par l'inclusion financière. Parce que le bilan est important. Ce qui doit être redressé doit l'être. Les préoccupations des uns et des autres doivent être prises en considération. Les évolutions technologiques aussi ont une grande part, un rôle important à jouer et il faut s'adapter constamment. Je crois que c'est tout ça qui fera ce que nous pensons obtenir de l'inclusion financière pour que celle-ci contribue au maximum, non seulement à la croissance économique, mais à l'atteinte de l'émergence. Voilà, je pourrais par la suite revenir sur certains aspects si c'était nécessaire. Merci beaucoup.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Je pense que
Thank you so much, Honorable Governor. I think that was a comprehensive overview, not only of the financial inclusion institution, but also the policies or intervention that have been developed by WAMU that can be be emulated by regional organizations in Africa.
Especially as Executive Director of IBAN, Inclusive Business Action Network, I would be interested in knowing how you think from a civil society or non-governmental organization point of view, how public policies can encourage inclusive business development in Africa.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator, and I also would like to express my thanks and gratitude to the Senegalese government and to the organizer who gave me the privilege here to share a bit our experience, what we had. Maybe before I do that, I think just in a nutshell a little bit, what is the Inclusive Business Action Network, or IBAN, how we also call it short? Well, now you know it is not the international banking account number, it is the Inclusive Business Action Network for us. We are based in Germany. It's a global program that is supported at the moment by the German government and by the European Union. And our goal is, so to say, our task is to support the conditions for the upscaling and replication of inclusive business models. And how do we do that? We do that mainly in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. And we do that mainly in providing capacity building programs. It is implemented by GIZ from Germany. And we provide capacity building programs for companies, but as well as also for policymakers. On top of that, we are conducting public-private policy dialogues where we bring both of them together. And then we feed the experience back at the global level again, and we have a global platform on inclusive business, which is the biggest inclusive business knowledge platform that exists at the moment, where you can find a lot of information about inclusive business. We have 2 databases there. Among other interesting topics, one database is on publications, where you have more than 2,000 publications on inclusive business that can be sorted according to sectors, countries, your needs. This is open source, it is accessible. And then we have another database with intermediaries. These are organizations or companies that provide services, technical assistance for companies, but also financial services, meaning impact investors and the like. And this is what we are not doing all alone. We do that together with a lot of other partners in our network. We do that together with UNDP, with Business Call to Action. We do that together with the Asian Development Bank, with IFC, with the Inter-American Development Bank, with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We have a lot of various partners. We couldn't do it alone, and therefore whatever I share here is also partly, so to say, the contribution with these, what we could only achieve through these partners. And also on a personal note, I lived for 10 years in Asia and 5 years also in Africa, in Ethiopia. And I get a little bit of a sense on what is possible and what is not possible. And I think I'm pretty convinced that if the private sector and the government sector works closer together, much more things and faster can be achieved than what has been done in the past, or as it has been done in the past. Now, just to share a little bit on our experience, what we have when we work with policymakers, especially in Southeast Asia region. It's interesting, we found there an approach where we started from the top, from a regional approach. We work together, we're still working together with ASEAN, that is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, which comprises about 10 countries. And after they came up with the ASEAN Inclusive Business Framework, we just piggyback on their formal conference and made a back-to-back meeting with policymakers where we invited additional, and then looked together with the ASEAN Secretariat, where does actually inclusive business really fit in? Because not with the financial inclusion, where you have mainly central banks and finance ministries, where you have a relatively, let's say, few numbers of important players in the ecosystem. With inclusive business, it's always a challenge actually to find all the line ministries that are actually in charge, because each country might have different ministries that are in charge of where inclusive business would fit best, let's put it that way. And with ASEAN, we found out that it fits best actually with the small medium enterprise section. And once the policymakers realized the contribution inclusive business actually has on their small medium strategy and policy, they were then quite eager in reporting back on a national level and then see on how they can actually be integrated at the national level. And that is then where we also came in, because we provided advisory services, but also other forums where they could meet. We had webinars, we had some technical experts coming in, and there we learned the most important thing was actually everything that I just mentioned was important and it helped, but the most important was actually the peer learning. When you put really the policymakers in one room and then they start sharing really what is the situation in their country, and the others one could understand much better than all the external experts could do, because you talk the same language. And that is something what we learned is really most beneficial to, if we really want to speed up and have more inclusive business policies implemented in the countries. because then at the end of the day, so also the need and also the positive outcome when you bring policy and private sector and public sector together in this public-private policy dialogues to see really where are the bottlenecks and what needs to be changed. And that is the other positive, based on our experience, which was quite helpful, having this kind of fora, as we also have it here, although on a very high level. But if you really want to go down to the ground, I mean, you have to have, let's say, the managerial level, the one who are really implementing it, together on the table. And that was very helpful then, where we could see that things are really moving as soon as we have the right people on board. And there, maybe just to add on that, because we realized there was one additional player missing, and we included them also. These are the impact investors, what I just mentioned also in my previous comments. That is something, I think, which looks to us also quite promising, to bringing that group more on the table with policymakers and also with businesses, because very often the businesses having problems actually to find the right investor, because they don't qualify normally for the regular loans, but then finding the right investors is also a challenge for them, because they don't even know what is actually out there. And at the same time, we hear from the impact investors, well, the money is not a problem, we have it, we need a better pipeline of actually valuable business models which we can support. And there we are currently in the process now also, first in Asia, where we experienced that with the biggest venture philanthropy network of impact investor in Asia, where we work together to try to see how we can bring these two groups together. And in Africa, we're also starting to get engaged with the Africa Venture Philanthropy Alliance, which also just started to pick up, I think, last year only. So I think I also don't want to expound too long, so that we also still have a little bit time for questions, but maybe just one more point which I would like to raise that goes a little bit beyond, but is also still part of policy or government role, because very often it was mentioned that Africa is still the youngest continent, and with the big group of youth that comes up and is looking for jobs, etc., which is all true, and I think inclusive business can contribute a lot to create employment. But at the same time, I think inclusive business can also be integrated into curricula in universities, included into the curricula of business administration, of management, of public administration, so that the future leaders of public and private entities actually know what inclusive business is, and therefore have also more an eye not only on the benefit, on the profit. I mean, inclusive business for us, as we follow the G20 definition is clear. It's a profitable business but has a social impact. And that kind of investment, I think everybody here would like to see. So I think there's a huge opportunity for Africa now to make use of the already existing experiences. I was quite impressed when Prime Minister from Malaysia yesterday shared his experience. It was very inspiring, and I think such kind of sharing, which for me again counts like a peer learning, will have some positive impact in the future, and that is why I would like to stress that as one of the main points, maybe as a tool which can be used in the future much more than it did in the past. And I can just invite those government representatives, if they are interested in that. I'm very happy to see if we can work together in this area, see if we can support you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Christian. I think I will ask the same question, but from a development bank perspective, to Mr. Abdel Wahab, Director General of the Islamic Development Bank. How do you think public policies can encourage inclusive business development in Africa in particular?
Thank you very much. Let me also first take the opportunity to thank the government of Senegal and the organizers for inviting us to be part of this forum. I think one of the most exciting intervention I heard since I came yesterday was when President Adesina of the African Development Bank made a comment that he said it is very exciting to hear heads of state and government officials speaking as if they are CEOs of corporate or companies. And I think this goes a long way to really remind us as a development financing institution that financing alone is not enough. I mean, whenever you talk about a bank in general or a development bank, the first thing that comes to mind and the metrics through which we are measured is the amount of financing that we provide. So just to give a quick snapshot of what we do as a bank, as a development bank, of course, we are like the World Bank or the African Development Bank. We have been in existence for 44 years. We operate in 57 countries. 27 of them are in Africa, 22 are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you can see our big focus in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think one thing that we have come to realize after these 44 years that providing finance alone is not going to be enough. That's very clear from different pieces of evidence. First, it's not living up to the ambitions of the governments, especially in Africa, who wants to transform their economies. And second, if you look at the SDGs, which are a global consensus on where we should be heading in the next 15 years, it's very clear again, the amount of financing that is needed to meet the SDGs. And remember, SDGs are not about transforming economies into an advanced economy. It's about meeting the basic human needs: hunger, disease, health, education, water, sanitation. That's all what we are talking about. Even in this field, the amount of financing gap, as you might have heard about it from the literature, is mind-boggling. I mean, all the MDBs together, 10 of us, we provide around 140 billion a year, 140 billion US dollar a year. And the gap or the financing need for the SDGs is 1.5 to $2 trillion. So the scale is unbelievable. And internally, we thought in the bank, if we were to help member countries like Senegal and other sub-Saharan African countries transform their economies, we must start by transforming ourselves. Now, it may sound a little strange to come from a Director General of an MDB saying that we need to transform ourselves. And I think this has come because we realize, we are recognizing the fact that just continuing to do more of the same thing, just like we did in the last 44 years or 50 years, is not going to lead to the desired outcome of transforming economies. So the role of private sector, for example, and every time we go to a meeting, we hear what the governments expect from the private sector, and we hear also what the private sector expects from the government, and that generally guide our intervention in the country. For example, in Senegal, we are proud to be the largest development partner for Senegal. We have some pretty high visible projects. For example, we've bought $300 million in the regional express train that was inaugurated this week. We bought $150 million in the new Dakar airport, a successful PPP operation. And we have a lot of other intervention at the micro level, including Islamic microfinance, for example. But one thing that we realized after all these is that this dichotomy between private sector and public sector is probably the wrong start when it comes to defining our strategy in countries. We have recently adopted what we call a global value chain country strategies, which means that we said, look, we are not going to be able to do everything for every country. So let us work with each country, and we wanted to have long-term sustainable development, which is, as I said, agreed agenda by the whole world. And that required that we bring interventions that integrate the public sector and the private sector. They integrate basically private, the youth and the women, for example, integrate businesses and governments. And these value chains, and I think probably the agriculture value chain that we are financing in 10 sub-Saharan African countries is very illustrative. We are putting $250 million in that rice value chain for countries, and it is attracting a lot of attention by the private sector as well as by the government. So I think as a financing institution, if we continue to focus the way we are structured, we have a private sector arm, we have a public sector arm, and that's again applied to pretty much all the development institutions. And that, in a way, is affecting our mindset and our approach to inclusiveness and private role in development in general. I think this is something that we have to change. The new narrative or the new course that we are taking in the bank, I can summarize it in three main directions. The first one is the need to mobilize resources and enable countries to access the capital market. I think this President Macky Sall mentioned that in his opening on the first day. And that simply, again, it's an issue of scale, because we realize that we need to go from billions to trillions if we were to help countries transform or at least meet the sustainable development goals. The second track is actually integrating public sector and private sector in global value chain-led development model, which I just described. And the third one is to focus on enabling countries to have efficient delivery of development programs. I think first we had to do that at the bank ourselves. So before we start preaching about this, starting from 1st January 2018, if you have following the news of the bank, we have decided to decentralize our operations. We now have moved all operation staffs into the field. We have no single operation staff sitting in Jeddah in the headquarters. And we are also helping member countries, including Senegal, in building their strategic delivery capacity and monitoring the achievement of transformational projects that require a highest level of political ownership. So I would say that with all these changes in the way we approach development, it may sound like philosophical at some point, but I think there is a wide recognition that continuing the same course or doing exactly what we've done in the last 40, 50, or 70 years in the case of the World Bank is not going to lead to the results that the countries require. And in many cases, we find the countries are ahead of us. They are much more advanced, much more ambitious, and they're talking about transformation, leapfrogging. We've heard the heads of state on the first day. They are talking like CEOs, and they are, of course, expecting institutions like us to continue to support them. But eventually, we have to change our business model and meet the requirement of the private sector to have a more visible role in inclusive development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think actually it's, as you mentioned, it's not only financing alone that's needed, that would not be transformational, but also all the policies around how we create a sustainable business models, how we support the startups, but also the SMEs in Africa. And I think there was something mentioned in the presentation that Thomas did when we started this panel on the how governments have to still work on having a conducive business environment and working on regulations and policies. I think my own country is an example on how we try to really build a conducive business environment, attract investors. And now the second level is once the investors are in the country, how do we make sure that one, we create enough jobs, especially for our youth, and also including women. As you know, in the public sector in Rwanda, women empowerment or inclusion of women is something that we've achieved in leadership positions as well, where, for instance, in the cabinet, we have equal 50% of men, 50% of women. So once you have an example from the leadership, it's also easier to sort of translate it even in the private sector. So that's one thing. But thanks very much for the panelists for interventions. I think now we can move on to take questions from the audience. On va prendre quelques questions de...
Take a few questions from the public. Those who have questions for our various panelists, would you raise your hand? Nous avons
une question.
We have a question here at the front. Thank you. My name is Foster. I'm a minister and advisor at the Prime Minister's office. I'm responsible for business climate in general. First of all, I would like to commend the panelists, and the presentation made by the governor of BCAO was really interesting to me. It is on this point that I would like to talk about, to make a comment. It's true that in the light of what he has just said, we realize that the global architecture of inclusiveness should be appreciated and implemented. What I mean is that we should not content ourselves with the financial aspects. We need to start from the top. The architecture starts by dialogue. He talked about information. At the level of dialogue structure, we need to have the presence of those that are excluded, like SME, the youth, and women. So the dialogue structure. Then we go to the supervision structure. We need that in actual fact, because some SMEs and other categories like women, the youth, they have a lack of information with regard to financial aspects. We need to help them to with accounting, with financial statements and funding. With regard to funding, I would like to share with you an experience that I acquired in the sub-region, in the Central African sub-region, where we know this SME paradox. SME account for 80% of the economy, but they have no access to banking funding, knowing about the crisis of the 1990s. What we did in these countries, in a particular country, I should say, is that we put in place, we liquidated most of the specialized banks, like development banks, SME banks. So what we did was we asked the government to open a credit line, a revolving fund, and this revolving fund was dedicated to financing SMEs. But this SME, when they acquire equipment and material, this belongs to the bank. You see, these SMEs use this equipment, but until they fully refund these funds, this equipment belongs to the bank. This is a form of collateral which is granted to this SME. Furthermore, we note that in some international organizations, such as the World Bank and ADB, we have what we call MIGA, which is the multilateral agency, which has a collateral line. What does it mean? The state, the commercial bank, the SME, they agree, and the state activate MIGA to bring the collateral. And you have a funding whose rate is bona fide. Because if the SME goes to a classical commercial bank, you'll have a 7 to 10 or 15% rate, interest rate. But you may have a bona fide rate estimated at 4 to 5%. This is an experience we did in a CIMAC country, and it did work. Today, this bank, we have 14 banks, including an SME bank, an agricultural bank, while a few years back, we only have 8 banks. This is an experience I would like to share with you, and I would like to have the take of the governor of BCA with regard to this mechanism. Thank you. We're going to take a couple of questions, and then we'll give the floor to the panelists to respond. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, moderator. My name is Mamadou Mustafa. I'm responsible for international relations. I would like, first of all, to commend the conveners for inviting us over this gathering. Mine is on information, but there is an important point raised by the governor and the first panelist, Mr. Saleh. It's on regulation. We cannot have a genuine financial inclusiveness if we do not have a regulatory pillar which allows these institutions that are going to finance the SMEs if these institutions are not solid enough. And I think this is something critical. The governor has touched on that. The first speaker also did mention that Moreover, we cannot have a genuine financial inclusiveness in Africa if we are not in court to the global level with regard to international financial transaction. I would like to talk about the acceptation of a transaction abroad. So we may be affected by the de-risking phenomena. If at the international level our regulations are not at the level of international standards, our financial systems will not be sustainable. This is what I wanted to talk about. Thank you. Very last question, Madam. Thank you, moderator. My name is Madam Diaw Fatou Kine. I'm the chair of the West African Business Women Association. In Senegal, we have funds with positive discrimination towards women. We have the Cohesion Fund, which is put in place for companies managed by women without collateral, but you need a 10% contribution. But the problem is even women cannot pay this 10% collateral, and women do not have access to economic information. So states should organize forums in order to inform women. The second observation, African SMEs is not dynamic enough. SMEs do not have innovative projects. You need to have innovative programs which may access funding so that these SMEs go from SMEs to champions. Otherwise, SMEs will just stay at their level. With all these shortcomings regarding access to funding, if you address the issue of collateral for SME, the problem of contribution would be addressed. Women are very dynamic. They are everywhere, but they do not have financial capacity. As far as I'm concerned, my question is that I have initiated a project as part of sustainable development and agricultural project. And the idea is to develop existing villages to build social homes, to call on young people that have migrated, and they will benefit from a home, and we're going to give them some activities in the agricultural sector, in the sector of livestock, etc., in the value chains. So they will have an activity, and then they can refund this credit. So I think this is a project that targets inclusiveness. So how to access the BID project? So it is a PPP. And the government should actually provide the villages we're going to develop. If there are existing villages, it's even better in order to raise awareness and bring people to stay in their villages. We also need political will, because for 1 year, this project has been handed over to the government, but there is no breakthrough whatsoever. I had held talks with a African Development Bank, which is eligible to the GRID fund, as far as I know. So the bid can actually help in this project, and this project is feasible in all African countries. This can generate wealth and employment, and I think this is important, and I thank you. Thank you, Madam. Maybe I'll give the floor to the governor, to Governor Kone, on the questions asked on the collateral and on the funding of SMEs and PPP. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I thank you, Honorable Minister, for your comment and the question you asked. The issue of communication, I do agree with you. But I must say that we're still reflecting on who should communicate. because I think, in principle, if the government should communicate, it means that it's a comprehensive communication. If structures should communicate, like the SMEs or the promoter that will deal with communication, this type of communication is quite challenging sometimes, given the technical nature of this. It's very difficult. So I think even in the newspaper is going to be very difficult, because there are still some questions and people may not have the appropriate answer. So what we have tried to do is that all that are concerned with the project and they should develop the project, they have communication on the issue. We will very shortly organize a meeting with all players, the government, the structures, banks, and the central banks. So I think what you have made, your proposal is quite interesting, because the problem is to know who should be responsible for the communication to the public. Because here we have seen that this were addressed to promoters, but we need to dig deeper and see what we can do. As for collateral, I think what you said is quite feasible. We even think that at the state level, when states will determine in the current structure, all as part of the promotion of economy, I think it's quite feasible that, as Madam said, that the government actually dedicate a type of funding with some support. I think this is quite feasible. But what we wanted is to bring the maximum of people. So given so the government solicitations in public investment, I don't think that people will seek this type of collateral, because this will be a more and more important public, and I'm not sure if the approach will be successful. That's why we did not rule out the possibility for others to intervene in the system. But what we wanted is that the promoter that want to develop a business should actually be not in a kind of red tape, which may not be indispensable. So that's why I say it's possible. But this is not a problem. If states want to do that, it's okay. On the issue of the rate, I think what we are doing at the central banks on refunding our basic rate on the market, the rate does not exceed 4 or 5%. So it's true that if a bank wants to borrow at 15%, it's obvious that we'll have a lot of challenge. We'll have a lot of problem to accept that, because we cannot refund an operation at 4 or 5%. It's true that the bank will take a fee, but this cannot go beyond a certain level, because this is something we're monitoring, because it's about promoting SMEs. So we cannot automatically appreciate a level of risk and put a rate that is not in compliance with the will to promote. As I say earlier, it's not just the bank taking a risk, but the promoter is taking a risk, and even the central bank take part of the risk, you see? So this is something that we're going to negotiate. It's like any credit, it all depends on what we want, but the risk should be controlled right from the outset to avoid any problem. On the issue of regulation, I do agree with you. Today, we are in a system where regulation should be international. It's obvious. We have undertaken to put the financial system in international standards. Sometimes people do not understand, but the problem is simple today. When you take a look at the banking system in the country, transboundary banks are important. Some banks are in some territories and they come to invest to other territories. So it's obvious that at some point the highest recommendation is to do some consolidation, a consolidated supervision in order to see what is the impact of companies investing in our areas. But we cannot compare, we cannot consolidate if some are on Basel rule and others are Basel 1 or 2. So it's obvious that there is no consolidation and there is no comparability. So this is an important element. And as you said, when you are no longer in the regulatory and international system, you're closing the door to a number of investment, and it's quite normal that we actually endorse this. The issue raised by Madame is rather directed to the Director General.
Sur le problème de dérisking.
An IDB. I think all this contributes to, has to do with our obligation to have a banking and financial system that is open enough and which is in compliance with standards, because we need to be open. If the de-risking is something possible, maybe this would not be able to, this will not allow to attract investment, but financial inclusiveness may be driven, even with de-risking. So what we need to put in place is policies. We need to have reliable systems and policies which will allow local investors to operate and to allow also women to operate. So women should benefit from something that will allow them to actually be more open. And we are convinced that this is possible because there are some initiatives taken by women. Madam, to wrap up, I was taking a look at statistics with regard to microfinance. When we saw the statistics at the level of credit, the percentage was in favor of men. Initially, it was 15% for women and the rest for men. Today, we are at 29% for women and the rest for men. But we have a lot of groupings, and these are made up of women for the most part, because women get together and create conditions to access type of funding by putting some mutual collateral, and this is an important effort. Where we do not have results is with regard to youth, because young people are not very dynamic, they are not very active, but think there is no project, or maybe young people are not are very afraid of the system. So this is all I wanted to say to answer your questions. Thank you, Governor Kone. I think we have almost 1 minute to go.
Wanted to comment on the question on regulations that might maybe hinder what Africa has in the pipeline.
Yes, I think the governor referred to that. What we see out there in terms of regulations is we need to look at each market reality and the needs and try to have regulations that respond to them, align with international best practice. So a lot of countries don't have regulations that speak to the needs of SMEs, or they don't have specific, I would say, categories that allow not necessarily not-for-profits, no commercial, but in between. So if there are opportunities for countries to innovate in this space, they should do so. Very quickly, on the issue of I think the chairperson of the Women's Association raised that, which was about the banking charging 10%. We just would like to say to you, what we see out there is that also there are opportunities to go beyond the banks. There are opportunities related to looking into value chain financing, other innovative mechanisms, crowdfunding, and for instance, last year, it was what you would call the year of the funds for women in the space of impact investment. There has been like 3 funds which have been created to support women entrepreneurs. We ourselves in the development community are creating mechanisms to support directly seed funding for women business and young. So my suggestion to you is watch very closely what is happening in the market, look at innovations, and try to combine, what traditionally was alone with other mechanisms. I think our colleague from IBAN referred to this as the blended mechanisms. So sometimes, you have to go beyond what you have and try to see what is out there, how do we combine it to reduce the risk and still have access to finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salas. So maybe I'll give the last word to Mr. Batili as the entrepreneur on the panel. There was a question on innovation of SMEs and how that may be linked to facilitating their access to finance. Je voudrais avoir votre avis sur l'innovation.
So innovation of SME and how that can facilitate access to funding. Thank you, moderator. So to wrap up, I would say that entrepreneurship and innovation go hand in hand. Creating a company, and we need to create millions of companies because thousands of young people get into the market and there is no economic activity. So young people should create that, and they will create things. So innovation will be part of what we'll see. It's going to be innovation in the models, microfinance, or innovation in market access. So I believe that allow us to have database in order to take decisions, sound decisions, you see? Because now everybody has a mobile phone. The fact of transferring money in a secure manner, so this is great. And the factor of being able to interact with customers. So I think tracking our economic development, and I'm sure that young people, I'm 45, but people that are 20 have this as a dream. I even think that innovation is present in Africa, and young Africans are dynamic session, and I wish to thank all the panelists. We had quite interesting discussions on emergence and inclusiveness. Thank you once again. A round of applause for our dear panelists. So this was the last session for today, and organizers have asked me to tell you that the closing ceremony is planned at midday tomorrow. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.